Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Deborah Gailey. I'm the Senior Analyst in the Engineering Division of Public Works. And welcome to our Water, Wastewater, and Solid Waste Rate Study Workshop. Water, wastewater, and solid waste cost of service studies and proposed rates for the 3 utility services for the upcoming 5 years are presented at tonight's workshop. It is customary for utility agencies to review rates every 2 to 5 years to ensure sufficient revenues are collected to operate utility enterprises. To meet these ends, the city has contracted with Raftellus Financial Consultants to analyze water and wastewater services and HF&H Consultants for wastewater services. Our consultants are here with us this evening. Any questions that may be directed to them? Both consultants have previously provided utility rate setting services for the city and are familiar with the city's utility operations and fiscal policies. Legal guidelines for setting utility rates are based on Proposition 218, which provides that property-related fees such as water, wastewater, and solid waste rates do not exceed the cost of providing service. It requires that the rate charged is proportionate to the cost of service to the customer and does not allow rate revenue to be used for other purposes. To ensure these requirements are met, rate studies evaluate expenses related to the service, the cost to provide the service to various customer types, such as residential and non-residential customers, and compares this cost to revenue from existing rates. It should be noted that Brentwood is the only city in Contra Costa County that provides the 3 utility services. In most cities, services are provided by a combination of the city and independent utility districts. Solid waste services are typically provided by private companies. Thank you. Just background, we'll get into more visuals as we move forward. Are there any questions so far? Okay.
Questions, staff? No questions.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward. Within the legal requirements outlined by Proposition 218, objectives of the rate study are designed to achieve necessary reserves to sustain operations, to pay for capital costs, to meet debt requirements for any loans, and to maintain adequate reserve per policy. And as you're aware, we strive for a 30% reserve balance. In the water enterprise, rates are responsible for funding the operation and maintenance of water treatment and distribution of over 3.5 billion gallons of water per year. The largest cost driver is the volume of water used and how that varies based upon weather, conservation, and various user habits. Main expenses include plant operations, cost to convey water from its origin to the water plant, and distribution of potable treated water, all of which is approximately 75% of the annual budget. Capital projects to guarantee future water supply, treatment, and infrastructure comprise approximately 15% of the budget, with the remaining for replacement to meet the reserve goal. The proposed rate structure maintains the current 4 tiers for usage in addition to a monthly base charge. And as with the last rate study, it also proposes a drought surcharge if state-mandated conservation becomes necessary. The amount of the surcharge would vary dependent upon the level excuse me, lost my place here. The amount of the surcharge would vary dependent upon the level of state-mandated conservation required and would be applicable to each unit of water used. The intent of the surcharge is to recover the revenue shortfall from reduced water usage. The proposed rate structure maintains the current 4 tiers for usage. Oh, we've already went over that. Sorry, I lost my place again. The total estimated annual revenue adjustment in the water enterprise is 6.5% to meet expenses and maintain the 30% reserve fund balance. Individual customer impacts will vary based upon water usage habits, with an approximate $3 per month increase for the average residential water customer. The wastewater enterprise is responsible for the operation and treatment of approximately 4 million gallons of wastewater collection and treatment daily. The wastewater treatment plant also produces reclaimed or non-potable water that is available for irrigation use. In wastewater, the largest contributing factors to expenses are daily operations of the treatment plant, which is approximately 75% of the enterprise budget, or 70% of the enterprise budget. Planned laboratory expansion and capital projects to maintain infrastructure comprises an additional 20% of the budget. As part of the rate study process, a review of the replacement fund was performed, and the balance had declined over the course of the current rate study period from $12 million down to $6 million. And the wastewater operation fund has sufficient cash to restore this replacement balance to a more sustainable level. So this expense has been factored in. You can see in the anticipated first year of the study, you can see the replacement fund reflects that cash balance. The rate structure is proposed to maintain the current flat base rate in addition to a variable rate based upon winter water usage. The total estimated annual revenue adjustment is 2% to meet expenses and maintain a 30% reserve balance and adequate funds. The solid waste enterprise is responsible for servicing over 60,000 garbage carts and 500 commercial bins each week. Largest expenses and cost drivers in the solid waste enterprise include personnel and equipment to service routes, and cost of hauling and disposal of more than 50,000 tons of garbage, yard waste, and recycled material that is produced annually. 90% of the budget relates to these daily operational and disposal costs. Implementation of SB 1383, which requires the processing of organic material rather than landfill disposal, has also added increased cost to the solid waste enterprise and to the hauling and disposal contract. Total hauling and disposal annual costs are estimated at just over $4.5 million for the upcoming fiscal year. This is approximately $500,000 over the current year. And in addition, we have planned capital projects that include a future organic processing facility. The annual average projected revenue adjustment is 4%, but this will vary by customer type and level of garbage service. The average residential customer would see approximately $1.84 monthly increase. Looking at the total cost of the 3 utilities, Brentwood continues to provide one of the lowest costs of service compared to neighboring communities in the East County. And again, keeping in mind, most cities have utility service as a combination of city and independent utility district service. Yeah. So this concludes the formal presentation. As a workshop, We invite questions, discussion, and we have staff here from finance and public works operations, as well as our consultants with Raftellus and HF&H consultants here that be available to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions of staff? I have a question that I'd like to make available to the community because it's one of the questions that I get asked really often, occasionally. It comes in waves regarding why it is that our rates have to be adjusted during times of conservation. Why is it more expensive, seemingly, during those times? I don't have a really great answer to give. I understand it's because the cost to us doesn't diminish regardless of the amount of volume used. But if there's a better way that our residents can understand that very difficult and yet factual piece of information, it'd be great.
Excuse me. I'm going to let our Raftellus consultant, Sudhir Pardiwala, explain a little bit about how that works. But in general terms, it has to do with fixed costs that do not decline when there is reduced water usage. And so with reduced water usage, you have reduced revenue. And so the drought surcharge is intended to recover that revenue loss during times of reduced water usage. We'll have a more technical response here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, my name is Sudhir Pardiwala with Raftellus Financial Consultants. I think Deborah Gailey has kind of explained to you what the main issue is. So the issue is that there is a significant amount of fixed cost in our utilities, both water and wastewater. And when you have conservation, the variable rate actually does include some of the fixed cost. And so when that usage drops down, obviously you're not recovering all of your fixed costs. And that's why, as you can see in the drought scenario, as you begin conserving water, we have to increase our rate so that we can recover the fixed costs of the enterprise. Essentially, that is the main reason.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about that? What percentage of the expenses are fixed versus variable?
It varies. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but typically when you look at wastewater especially, it's like 70 to 90% of your costs are fixed because it's all labor costs. The only variable costs are the cost of chemicals really and some power if you're having pump stations and so forth. On water, the primary variable costs are basically the cost of purchasing water from Contra Costa.
So you still need the head count, you still pay for the benefits, you still
need
pay
to-
for the
right.
pension. All of those things stand. You
Labor
can't-
costs are fixed, right, and the benefits and so forth, whatever associated with labor. There are also fixed costs associated with maintaining the system, so irrespective of how much water you use, you still have to go ahead and maintain the system. It doesn't depend upon the quantity of water that is consumed. And similarly for wastewater, maintaining the pipes, distribution system, the treatment plant on both water and wastewater, those costs are essentially fixed. So the bulk of the costs are really fixed. There are very few variable costs, but when we set the rate structure, not all of the fixed costs are collected from the fixed portion of the rate structure. Part of them are collected from the variable rates, both on water and wastewater. And so when you have conservation, it does impact the revenue that the utility collects and does not cover all the fixed costs of the utility.
Okay, if there are no further
My questions are more internal. I know that during the pandemic, of course, we gave some grace when it came to payments being on time for utilities, and I'm wondering now, in our current situation, do we have any kind of subsidies for lower income families who are struggling to meet these bills?
We do not currently have a low income rate, and for the exact purpose of what you just mentioned, subsidy. If we were to have a low-income rate, that rate would have to be subsidized by other users. And of course, that would not meet our Proposition 218 cost of service requirement. The only other option would then to be have a subsidy come from another fund. And of course, that is a council prerogative and could be council direction if they wanted to create a low-income fund. But the subsidy for that fund would have to come from some other source, general fund or something of that sort. It could not be funded by one of the other rates within the enterprises.
Okay, thank you. One other question internally. Reading about the mailing campaign, the outreach to let everybody know about this, are there any other methods of outreach that are being utilized?
Of course, we'll have information on the website, starting from the homepage, and we're working on where that most visibly be seen through the utility billing and the homepage. And of course, that was one of the things after the discussion section, I was going to show an example of what will be mailed as notice. At this time, those are the two methods that are planned right now to notify all property owners as well as utility customers. In the event there's a tenant situation, maybe there's an out-of-town property owner with a tenant that is a utility customer, both will receive notice. And then, of course, we'll have all the information on the webpage.
Thank you.
Just a couple questions. The 30% reserve, if we look at our comp cities, do they all have a 30% reserve for their utilities? Like the ones that have it in-house? I know a lot of them don't do it, but do they all have that same standard of 30%?
I will defer that question to finance. I don't know if Carrie would be the best one, might be familiar with other cities' policies.
Good evening. So actually, I think our consultant may have better information on that, being that they do so many of these studies. They could probably speak to the reserves. I mean, just in general, we have a 30% general fund reserve policy, which is a best practice that is fairly standard. But in terms of specific to enterprises, I would ask for the consultant.
Good evening again. Yeah, generally speaking, when we do reserves for cities and districts for that matter, we have three reserves actually. We have an operations reserve, and depending upon the frequency of billing, that can vary. So if you have bi-monthly billing, for example, we would have a higher level of reserve than when you're doing monthly billing. For monthly billing, typically just the operation reserve would be in the range of 20 to 25%. And that is used as working capital so that, if you went for difference between cash flows and expenses, so to speak, to make up for that and any contingencies that might occur during the year to change the expenses. The second reserve that we do have with the city, you do not specifically have, is a capital reserve. And a capital reserve is supposed to cover the cost of average cost reserve so that the city can go ahead and issue contracts to for contractors to carry out the capital improvements. And finally, in many agencies are now having a rate stabilization reserve, which typically runs around 10% of the rate revenues, depending on how much of the rate revenue is, especially the source of water and so forth, are considered in that. So it could be just the variable part of the revenue or the total revenue. It can vary from 10 to 15%. So actually, I believe that your reserves don't really go that high compared to what we set up for other customers, other agencies.
So wait, ours is higher than other agencies?
No, it's not as high.
It's not as high. And Prop 218 allows us to have that reserve, right?
Yes, it is standard practice to have reserves to make sure that you meet these contingencies. There is a rationale associated with the level of the reserve that we recommend to utilities.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. The drought surcharge, and I understand that we know if there's a 10%, they have to cut by 10 or 20. Is there any way, so like now we're going to probably go to zero, right? Didn't they just say we don't have to do anything? So then that becomes zero?
Wasn't the state voting on that today? Didn't I hear?
I don't know about 0%, but our current water shortage contingency plan and the urban water management plan lists a base level of 10% conservation, and that's also codified in our muni code, I believe. That's our base level, and that's also consistent with statewide. So the state is aiming for everyone to conserve 10% forever. That's the new normal.
Okay, so that was one. And then, I don't know if you did the math on this, but I see our average bill today with proposed. What does it look like at year 5? What is that total at year 5? Because every year we're going up a little bit on every single one. So I think you're proposing the average bill goes up to $32.50. What does that look like at year 5 for the average Brentwood family? If you have it. If not, I mean, I know this is the workshop, we could always come back with, and I just thought about that. Sorry, I didn't send that earlier.
I don't have that off the top of my head, but knowing that after the first year adjustment is based on appropriately allocating cost of service, and then from there, each year would have the revenue adjustment adjusted. So our average bill of $173.02 would then be 4% for garbage, 2% for wastewater, and 6.5% for water. But I can bring that back at the workshop, of course.
That'd be awesome.
Okay, and would you like me to outline that for each of the 5 years for the term of the
Just from
study, or
year
just the
1 to
beginning
year
and the
5 is
end?
easy, whatever's easiest for you. I mean, if you do it in a spreadsheet and you have all 5, that's fine. If not, just year 1 to year 5, just so that people understand, like, this is year 1, but don't be surprised, because in year 5, it's gonna look like this, right? And I know I had emailed about a cause of change, like what, you listed all of the drivers and the increase, and I just want to understand the allocation per driver, kind of, and I talked to Tim, kind of like a waterfall. We're starting here, we're ending up here. This is the amount we're attributing to each of those buckets that were outlined, and we don't need that today, but just maybe later on. So let's understand, like, what is labor, what is state legislation, like all of those different inputs, so that residents understand some of it is outside of our control. Some of it's regular CPI to labor. Some of it is benefit related that is out of our control, and we can't do anything about it, but so that they kind of have an understanding of why we have to increase these. Because I think sometimes they get their bills, like the mayor was saying, and they're like, well, why are we increasing them? And to give them full disclosure, it's not like we want to increase your bill, but these are the drivers behind it.
So Deborah, do we have some of that analysis ready tonight? I know we were working on it with finance. Is that prepared for tonight?
Well, I have summarized the main categories in the 3 enterprises. For example, and let me find my notes with percentage, because I believe you were looking at what some of those costs actually were in the enterprise as well. On my right pages. Okay, starting with wastewater, of course, the largest category in cost drivers are water usage, and that's deals with water conveyance, treatment, and distribution of the potable water, and that is 75% of, approximately 75% of the full budget. And then capital costs that guarantee the future water supply, future plant expansion necessary for any growth. That is approximately 15% of the total budget. And then the remainder is a replacement to help maintain our aging infrastructure, maintain that we have an adequate balance to maintain the infrastructure.
And I don't need that tonight. It's just a spreadsheet later on, just to understand, and for me, because we have to vote on it next time. So just so that I understand, and again, we do get questions about, everyone complains about how much water is all the time. So just water and garbage. And I know garbage, some of it's state legislation with, all that new stuff happening. So it's also good for them to understand that, but it doesn't have to be tonight, later on. What do we have to do because the state is making us do it, right? All these mandates.
Yes, there are some that are required outside of our control. The things that are within our control, we try to be efficient, we try to maintain those costs, And that's why we stay one of the lowest in the East County, one of the lowest utility providers in the East County. And that's why we try to compare with other East County cities and agencies to see where we balance.
And my last question doesn't have to do with anything with us, but how does Discovery Bay keep their water so low? Like, what are they doing?
I can answer that for you. Discovery-based water system is composed entirely of groundwater wells, and that's the least expensive option. That is what we base our Tier 1 rates on, is the consumption of groundwater first being the least expensive water. If they were to get a surface water treatment plant, their costs would soar astronomically. If you look at their $50 to $100 less than everybody else just for the water costs alone. So that's the reason why.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for all your work.
If there are no further clarifying questions of staff, we'll open public comments. Margaret?
If you're in person, please file a speaker card on the form provided at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And no public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. And I have no speaker cards and no, oh, I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, if we wanted to make some calls for, what am I thinking? For things that the state has asked us to do with water that are unfunded mandates, could you please go over what bills those were so that we could make the appropriate calls to our assembly people, Tim Grayson and Lori Wilson, and our state senator, while he's still there, Steve Glazer? Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion. I do think that's a really good idea. If somehow we could get the actual Senate or Assembly bill that is the unfunded mandate, so that our residents can call our state representatives to express their concerns over specifically what Senate or Assembly bills that have been passed into law or are on the floor that are going to be one of the most frustrating things as just a resident is unfunded mandates that the cities are demanded and required to meet, and there's no funding made available. And fortunately, we are in a position that is highly enviable from a lot of other cities in the state, in that the city of Brentwood has been run for decades very conservatively, very well. And so we are in a much better condition than a lot of our other cities in the state. And as difficult as those unfunded mandates are on us, it is causing absolute devastation to the finances of a lot of cities in the state. And it's really frustrating because, we're all just residents here. We don't get a break on any of these bills. We all pay the same amount for all of our bills. And it can be very frustrating. I did get the opportunity to spend several days with our Public Works team down in San Diego, got to learn a lot of information from Mr. Weichert and James Wolf and his team down there. And it's really great to know that our Public Works team that helps supply this with us are vested in this. Many of them live here in the community, but more than that, they've got their eyes on any technology that could make things run more smoothly, any future technology or programming that would make things easier. If you have a water leak, for example, be able to find it, measure it, narrow it down. All of these things, there are a lot of these things that are in the works right now constantly. And so it's really great to know that we've got such an awesome team looking out for us, because it's really frustrating. I had a water leak at one point in the last few years, and for some reason, my bill went up to $450. We weren't using any more water. It was during the drought. We weren't watering our yard. Found out it was a water leak. I was up to my waist in the 3.5-foot hole when I found the leak. And one of our guys stopped, and our cul-de-sac came over and kind of tapped me on the bottom of my boot. And I pulled my head up out from under the water, and he said, "Need some help?" Didn't know me from Adam. He just saw one of his customers in need of help, and he helped me out. And we have just outstanding customer service culture in our public works. So the fact that we've got a professional team that's on the job trying to make sure that our costs are held down to the absolute lowest possible and still get quality public service and quality water and solid waste, it's really refreshing to have that.
To be clear, should residents be fixing their own water leaks? That's a serious question, Casey.
There's probably a more serious answer from Damien, but we are happy to fix all the water leaks that are in the public right of way, and we are happy to provide assistance when we can on private property. But Damien has a certain amount of leash that he lets us do things like that. So as a general rule, we don't go onto private property and make repairs.
Well, let me clarify. He allowed me to borrow a manual hand pump and told me where I could go buy one here in town. And I used it, fixed it, gave it back to him, and I went and bought my own. So, but it was really nice to know that he was concerned and just wanted to make sure I wasn't drowning in a hole that I had dug in my front yard. But, you know, it's just a matter of the point of that was he didn't have to stop. And a lot of people wouldn't stop. I know that he's busy because all of our employees are busy. And he saw somebody that clearly was quite literally in over his head, and stopped to see if I needed help and gave me the direction as to how to best get help. That was a few years ago. Now I call a local plumbing company, and I learned my lesson. But it's great to know that's the kind of individuals we have that is serving our community.
And something else along those same lines, we have a water conservation specialist on staff. And we also have available water conservation audits free of charge to residents. At any point, they can give us a call, request a water conservation audit, where one of our staff members will head out to their residents. They can help with suggestions and tips and, you know, conserving other places if they're teach residents how to detect leaks, where to possibly save on irrigation. We also have a water conservation website that provides all of these tips. It also can teach residents how to read their own water meter so they can track usage if they want to try to monitor their own usage habits. So there are a number of resources out there that residents and businesses can use to keep tabs on their water usage and try to make sure nothing's being wasted.
Thank you very much. Is there any further? Yes.
If I could just seek some clarification from our consultant team, we don't have any costs from pending bills worked into our current rate study, is that correct? If the state bill has not been passed yet, we've not incorporated those unfunded costs into our current rate study, correct? Okay, just want to make sure that was clear. And then, Mayor, if I could, if Casey or any of your staff, James, Phil, or John, want to make any additional comments about their utilities that they know best about, please come on up and share any more information that might be helpful to the residents or the council as they make these decisions. So, floor is yours.
While they ponder that, let me just add real quick. thank you for your support and the continuing recognition that we do need to raise rates. One of the reasons other cities struggle with funding things is because they don't consistently keep up with the cost increases. So it's really a big deal, and this is what allows us to keep the system in as good of condition as it is, and what allows us to keep the rates lower, because we avoid some of those giant costs from deferred maintenance and things that we don't fix on time. So thank you for that.
And again, just a few weeks ago, a neighboring mayor called me and asked me when we were going to declare a state of emergency for the city of Brentwood. And I told him very happily, we're not. He asked me why, and I said, because we don't have one. Our departments are on the job, making sure that, just like Casey mentioned, we don't defer things until they're disasters. We maintain things, and during our storms that everyone was dealing with the same issues. The city of Brentwood was in much better shape than almost every community around us, and it is because of the work that is done in preparation and consistently. So thank you. Is there any further conversation regarding this? If not,
I just want to mention if we have no further questions or clarification or discussion, just want to mention what our next steps would be as required by Prop 218. A public hearing is required to actually adopt rate studies and set rates. And 45 days in advance of that is when the notice is required of our residents and customers. So these proposed rates will be included in a notice to, as I mentioned, to all of our property owners and utility customers. And it outlines the proposed rates and also outlines how protests may be made against the proposed rates, and that is again outlined by Prop 218. All of this information will be on the website, as well as all of the full rate schedules for that are being proposed. And also there is commonly asked questions and answers within this notice, and I will be updating a little bit of that based off tonight. Like, for example, maybe a little bit more detail about the purpose of the drought surcharge. I will put in there as well. And then that will be mailed to our residents within the next couple of weeks, and the public hearing would be scheduled for June 13th. And at that time, the full rate studies will be proposed for adoption with the rate schedules.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes. If I may, real quick, Deborah, you were going to show what that notice looks like, just a template so the council is aware of what you're recommending us to go out for vote, if that's okay. So let's go ahead and show what that would look like, just so they have an example of that. Thanks.
It will be an 8-page, double-sided, full-size paper mailed, addressed to outlining the public hearing on the front page, of course, and then details on the process, full rate schedules for the water and the wastewater and the solid waste, Q&As about the rates and the process. And then it will be direct mailed to addresses, but it will have a general property owner and utility customer listed on it rather than specific names.
Deborah, is there any way that we could make it clear that this isn't junk mail? Because and I don't know if you get red ink and put on the outside of it or not junk mail put on the outside of it. But there are a lot of people that just see stuff like this they're not anticipating. They just throw it away without opening it. If we could somehow do what we can to notify them on the actual piece of mail that it's not junk mail, that would be really appreciated, if there's any way to do it.
I try to make it look official with the city logo, as such. And of course, on the front right there, saying that it's an important notice regarding proposed water, sewer, and garbage rate increases with the public hearing date right on the front page.
Do you think maybe red letters on the important notice part? Or was it a lot of expense to do the red letters?
Actually, it will be printed in color, so that would not impact the
Maybe
cost at all, but
just
I can change that
important
to red.
notice, yeah. Just a thought, Mayor.
Well, yeah, just anything because I have been guilty in the past, not necessarily with this, but important things that years ago before I was married and got scolded by my wife not to do that. I'd look at it, oh, not expecting this, must be junk, throw it away. And start getting phone calls that I wasn't expecting. But so that would be helpful if we can prevent that. Thank you so much. So we do have a motion on the floor? Or yes. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to proceed mailing out the proposed rate increase notice and scheduling the public hearing for June 13th, 2023.
Have a first
A second?
and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. At this time, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
First and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you. And thank you, staff, all of you for being here tonight. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 11th, 2023 City Council and Successor Agency meeting at 7 p.m. We do have a quorum, and we have a quorum also of our student representatives, councilperson, vice mayor, and mayor are with us this evening. And so we're going to let them sit in the hot seats tonight. And if there are any issues in the community, you need to have the answers tonight. We're going to just be in support of you. So do I have a roll call tonight?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here?
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. We do have a quorum. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before I open public comments, I would like for our student council members, if they could, to introduce themselves. If you would be so kind, we'll start off with council member.
My name is Jack Wooten.
My name is Cooper Seamers.
My name is Antonia George.
We are in good hands. We've got to spend some time with them today, and our future is secure. At this time, we will open public comments. Margaret?
We'll take public comment in the council chambers, followed by Zoom public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentation, informational reports are on the consent calendar. Requests for future agenda items, new request, or closed session. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person. Your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I received no written public comments submitted prior to the meeting. And while we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them with you directly. I do have speaker cards in person. The first speaker will be Clifton Fagerquist.
I'm a resident of Deer Ridge. My home backs up to the closed golf course. It has come to my attention that the closed golf clubhouse and surrounding land on Foothill Drive has been sold to a local businessman with the intention of it being converted to a restaurant. If this is true, I'm adamantly opposed to such a development. Deer Ridge does not want or need a restaurant in a residential area. The golf course land was zoned for the specific purpose of a golf course and not for any other purpose. When I purchased my home in Deer Ridge, it was with the understanding that my home would back up to a golf course, not a restaurant or a commercial or other commercial activity. Cray Elementary School and a recreational park are only a few blocks from the clubhouse. We have many children who walk to and from Cray and the recreational park along Foothill Drive. No doubt if a restaurant is allowed to open in Deer Ridge, it will apply for and receive a license to serve alcohol. Foothill Drive has quite a bit of traffic already. A restaurant located at the clubhouse location will only increase the amount of traffic during weekdays and on the weekends. It is foolish, to say the least, for the city manager, the planning commission, the city council to allow the opening of a restaurant in what has been a peaceful residential area. Deer Ridge does not need to traffic from a busy restaurant in the heart of a residential area with a concomitant inebriated drivers going to and from such a restaurant. Deer Ridge is not a gated community. Such a restaurant will be open to the public and will create traffic and safety and traffic issues, endangering our school-age children as well as our senior citizens and other Deer Ridge residents. With the Deer Ridge Golf Course now closed, the land should revert to its original zone designation as open space. This open space designation is not for the purpose of a restaurant or agriculture or any other commercial purpose. I have noticed that certain city officials have played semantic word games in trying to get the Deer Ridge Golf Course land rezoned or repurposed or changed in the uses so that it can be developed for a commercial enterprise. This is semantic trickery that is meant to deceive the residents of Deer Ridge. For those newly elected to the City Council, you should know that Deer Ridge residents have been for many years fighting proposals coming from Suncoast and World Business Academy, a supposedly nonprofit organization run by the brother of the owner of Suncoast. Now, with Deer Ridge residents are to be treated to problems associated with a restaurant in a residential area, in a residential neighborhood. When will the city understand that Deer Ridge residents will not tolerate this behind closed doors deal making that will affect our quality of life? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Johnny Rodriguez, followed by Ian Cohen.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I actually wanted to come in and speak tonight in regards to a wonderful event that happened this weekend here in the Village Drive community. I'm the executive director of One Day at a Time, which is a youth organization that's been based in East County for about 30 years now. We have the great opportunity of having our second annual Easter egg event in Village Drive, and we want to thank Councilmember Pearson, also Councilmember Orleans, and also the city manager and the chief of police for attending. And we also want to thank for the city police department for being involved at the level that they were. When you talk about community, God, it couldn't get no better than that. A lot of local residents, people that grew up in that neighborhood, I mean, parents of kids, there's like 3 or 4 generations of Brentwood that was in that event. So once again, I want to thank all you. I also want to thank the youth and the family of One Day at a Time. We had a lot of young kids. If you were out there, you were able to see a lot of students wearing t-shirts that said One Day at a Time. So we also want to recognize them. I also want to put on my other hat, though, as a community member here in Brentwood, all my life, and has grown up in the District 2 and grew up in Village Drive. I just want to say that, one, we support Councilmember Pearson, the residents of that community in District 2, the community in District 2, my family, friends in the community. That's why we elected Councilmember Pearson to be in this position. So we just want you to know, Councilmember Pearson, that you're doing a wonderful job. Keep asking questions, and please keep on representing that portion of our community. We really, really respect that and appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ian Cohen, followed by Denise Duran.
All right. Good evening, Council. So I'm going to speak about another event that happened this weekend. I don't know if I can compete with Johnny's, but the Youth Commission hosted our hopefully first annual multicultural fair right here in City Park on Saturday. I just want to quickly thank Assistant City Manager Darren for attending, as well as Council Members Pearson, Vice Mayor Meyer, and both Council Members Pearson and Orleans. Thank you all for attending. So our event was very successful. I also want to thank Director of Parks and Rec staff, especially all of your staff in the community center. They were a huge help. So I just wanted to tell Council real quick what happened. We had a huge crowd come out, and it was amazing. All the council members could talk about it. So we had a bunch of dances and a fashion fair, and we had the press be out there. So I hope next year the Youth Commission can continue this event, and we get funding from council to continue this event. And also, I just wanted to give a quick Youth Commission update. So we picked Bone Doggies as our youth-friendly business for the month of April, almost in March. And then also in our summer activity guide, we have on June 23rd from 6:30 to 9 is our middle school pool party. So if anyone here in this room or online listening have any middle school age kids up to 9th grade, please sign them up for this pool party. This money helps our scholarship fund, which we will be announcing our scholarship recipients very soon, which I want to thank Pell Board for also pitching in a little bit to our scholarship fund this year. So I hope to have news about that next council meeting or later. And then also on April 20th at 5 p.m., our Youth Commission application closes. We have a bunch of seats open. So hopefully we can get some good commissioners out there. So anyone listening, there's still time to apply, and the link can be found on the city website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Denise Duran, but before I do that, I just wanted to note that I believe that the Zoom room may have been muted, and so people that are remote may not have heard. We are under public comment right now, so after we're done in the chambers, we will call on those in Zoom if they raise their hand and want to speak. Denise, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Good to see everybody, and so excited to see our future leaders. What an exciting snapshot into our future, so thank you. I also want to say thank you so much to Council Members Pearson and Orlemans for attending a 2-year anniversary ribbon cutting at Bliss Mind, Body, and Massage. It made such an impact on this community to have that representation and the glow that was happening among the community to see the ability to meet and talk and have voices be heard was just a really amazing experience. It was actually quite blissful, is what I'll say about that. I also want to say thank you to the city manager's office. Abraham Salinas was there, senior analyst, and he too was doing a great job of making connections and talking with local business owners as well. I'd like to warmly invite everybody to the upcoming May 9th Business Expo and Job Fair for the East Bay. It is going to be held at the Parks and Rec Community Center. It is free to the public, and we're going to have some amazing vendors. And if you are looking to grow your business and build visibility for your company, for your employees, then I highly encourage you to come and get involved. We have a few spaces left. And I also want to say, I want to invite everybody back to our new old home that is going to be upstairs in the Parks and Rec, in the community center, excuse me. And a huge thank you to the Parks and Rec community and the team there for helping us with a smooth transition. So come upstairs, see us, say hello to the Brentwood Chamber, because we are here to, as you know, build business and build community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Olga Vidralis.
Good evening. It's great. It's great to see young people out here. From experience, I've lived here 20 years. I only started getting involved in government 4 years ago. And I've learned a lot. I urge every one of you, call in. Just say what's going on in Brentwood, how you doing, anything. Participate, because that's how you get their attention. And take it from a reliable source. You can get their attention. Okay, so lesson number 1 for you future folks. Let's talk about all or nothing. We have statutes on books. With limited circumstances, statutes need to be enforced or not at all. Case in point, kids, there was a couple who had a structure they had to tear down because it violated a particular ordinance. Even though that couple built it with no ill intent, even though that couple had proof of other people in the area, they still had to tear it down because it violated a statute. I didn't like it, still don't like it, but that is the statute. So it's all or nothing at all. Tonight, there'll be a couple of things brought up that have to do with violation of statutes, neither one of which have actually been addressed, and which is interesting. Well, actually, it's going to be very interesting because in 58 seconds, a decision is going to have to be made. But what's interesting is that, and that's another thing to remind you kids, is that they're all temporary employees. It's the chair that's important. The bodies in there, that's why we have statutes, because the bodies will change, but the chair never will. 33 seconds. It's going to be interesting, Mr. Mayor, Chair. The reason I bring it up as a side note, for the first time in 4 years, someone got a chance to talk beyond the 3 minutes. And I'll find out in 17 seconds if I'll be granted the same courtesy. 2 ordinances that have not been addressed prior to tonight. And I think that was only because of pressure placed upon this body.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Olga Vidrialis.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, youth. I am just elated to hear mostly the positivity in this room tonight. It's quite refreshing, so thank you, everyone, for that. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Tony Orlemans. I'll tell you why. You have been attending several mixers for Chamber of Commerce, and I can't tell you what that does to uplift the room, to excite the business members of this community. Your presence and your positivity at those mixers is very well received. You're very highly thought of, so I appreciate the time you take out to acknowledge what we do at the Chamber. At the same time, Councilmember Pearson, I do appreciate very much that you attend also these events. You went to the last ribbon cutting, which was wonderful. I mean, I feel like I have my pulse on the community, and I feel like you're very well received, you're very well appreciated, and we appreciate your tenacity, your character on this City Council. So thank you for that. Just continuing on with the positivity, Tim Ogden, our city manager, thank you for continuing the legacy. I've been in Brentwood since 2003. I love this city. I sell this city. It's easy to sell because people, as we all know, are divine come to Brentwood. And that's in large part to the way the city is run, our mayor, our previous mayors, you, Mr. Ogden, our previous city managers. We have a beautiful city. It's a combination of character, country meets city. I think we need to understand there needs to be always responsible growth. The Gen Xers and the millennials are looking for the amenities. So they're looking for the Costco, the Panda Feast, the Starbucks in connection with the Old Town feel that we have at City Park. So thank you for the awesome job that you do. And thank you, City Council members. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2 speakers in Zoom with their hands raised. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. First, I wanted to thank Councilmember Mendoza for all of the very clarifying and insightful questions that she asked at the water workshop earlier today. Those questions were really important for residents to hear because they're questions that we ask and sometimes we don't get an answer. And they're very important to know. So thank you for asking those questions at the last session. Second, I'd like to congratulate the Youth Council on a fantastic event this weekend. I was there and I got to talk to the students, and that was wonderful. And I recognized some friends at the booths, which was awesome. I had Sri Lankan food, which I had never had before. I don't remember what I ate, but it was absolutely delicious. I encourage events that happen. Please, food trucks from everywhere. It's been so good. And lastly, I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Meyer and Councilmember Mendoza for coming early to that event this weekend. The youth had such a great time talking to these 2 council people. Then they got up on stage and they were incredibly uplifting and they were incredibly positive, and everybody in the audience was so happy to have them there. And especially the young people, because they felt recognized, they felt seen, and they felt heard, and they felt like all the work they put into that event was worth it. So looking forward to much more from the Youth Council, and have a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor, followed by Kim Bailey. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to apologize to the youth that's in the chambers today, but hopefully they will get to see from my comments that it's not all rosy and everything's perfect in our city as the previous speakers portrayed. So I have 3 items. I would like to ask, when is the median on O'Hara Avenue between 2nd Street and Sanctuary going to be landscaped? Residents were repeatedly told with development come improvements. Silvergate Apartment, where Mr. Orleans went for a ribbon cutting ceremony and cheap cheese and wine kind of event on the second time around, it's done. It's a big development. Are they paying into an LLAD? In my conversation with city staff, the funding was allocated back in 2008, then pulled for whatever reason. Can we please make sure this area leading to downtown is landscaped and improved to Brentwood standards? What it's really upsetting also is that District 2 Councilmember Pearson is not bothered about the fact that this median dirt has no landscaping. It's in her district. Are those the standards we should be expecting going forward? Residential, the second item I have, residential and commercial developments list. It's a big issue and something that Brentwood residents pay attention to. Why is it not updated consistently? We have projects since 2001 that are still in review. Are there any limits of expiration on the review of a project? Number 3, Brentwood PD attended an egg hunt event organized by disgraced, illiterate, and corrupt former council member who runs a for-profit organization, not, as he lied about all the way, to be nonprofit. However, Brentwood PD could not be bothered to send representatives to the youth event downtown. I guess Chief Hansen retired and the standards of community engagements are going down. How about a timeline for homeless town hall for 2023? Nobody heard anything about it. However, there's a lot of concern in the community about the homeless problem. And talking about the multicultural fair organized by Brentwood Youth Commission, the 2 new council members did not show up on time to speak as they confirmed they would. Way to show you care about Brentwood youth. But what can I say? Birds of feather flock together. Also, whenever you go to ribbon cutting ceremonies, it should be for the benefit of your residents and your constituents. So maybe in your reports, you would actually highlight not how good the food was, but why was the reason why you went to those events and how you engage and what's the benefit for your constituents. Otherwise, please stand home and provide.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Kim Bailey. Kim, go ahead.
Good evening. I am calling on behalf of Bliss Mind and Body. I am the spa manager there currently. I just wanted to echo Denise Duran's comments that she had made, that we are very thankful to the chamber members that were able to come out to our event, as well as the city council members. We do appreciate the support of the city and of the chamber as well. We just wanted to, again, thank you all for your time. Thank you all for your support. And that was all we would like to say.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and we will move into item A, presentations. And tonight, we get to do a presentation that is very, very exciting. The Vice Mayor and I, along with some of our city staff, John, who is here, wave John, and the school district got together to get a fourth grade recycling art contest together, and there were more than 25 applicants, pieces of art that we had to look at and got to look at, didn't have to look at, we got to look at. And it was very difficult to make a decision on the four pieces of artwork that were chosen. And it was supposed to be two, but they were so good that we had to have four. And so tonight we have the pleasure of presenting to the artists that are here in the council chambers tonight, certificates of recognition. And so I'm going to ask if the four artists that participated will come up to the podium here. Anjali Pichakani, Manya Chuhan, Colleen Pepito, and Eileen Perez. If you could join us here in the front, and the Vice Mayor and I will see you in just a moment. Living in the future is kind of cool, huh? So it is such a pleasure, and here, let me move this down so we can see you too, to meet all of you fine artists, and would like for you to introduce yourself and tell us what school that you go to, so you can just speak one at a time right in this microphone. Sure.
To get nice and close.
So what is your name?
My name is Colleen Pepito. I'm from Pioneer Elementary.
Wonderful.
My name is Anjali Pichakani, and I'm from Pioneer Elementary. My name is Eileen Perez, and I'm from Pioneer Elementary. My name is Manya Chauhan, and I'm from Guerin Elementary.
Wow. Can we give them a hand? What a wonderful group of artists. And because of our technology situation, this camera right over here will be something that we can show our entire community. So if you can step right over here and face this way toward that camera right at the top, come on right over here. Eileen and Colleen. John, do we still have the trucks outside, or were they already gone? Okay. But we will show the artwork now up on the screen. There we go. Now, there's Manya. That's wonderful. If the families would like to come get a picture with their young artists,
you're certainly welcome to come up here. Yes, and our mayor and vice mayor and council person, if you'll come on over here also. That way we can just stand right over here. Yeah, if we could, yes, if our artists can step forward so that we can have someone be, there we go, that we can fit in, and I'll go over here, we can book into the. Thank you so much. Let's give them another hand. Now you will be able to see this artwork driving around town on our solid waste vehicles and our recycling vehicles. And now you will know who the fine artists are that we have in our community. Thank you.
It is absolutely amazing that fourth graders have that kind of talent. I was struggling with stick figures at that time, and they are just amazing artists. I really appreciate the multi-talented group that we have coming up in the future. At this time, we will move into item B, informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And this time I'll start to my left with Councilmember Ordinance.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for being here tonight. It's really wonderful to see the chambers full, and it's a great sight. I got the opportunity at the beginning or right after the last council meeting, myself, Councilmember Pearson, and a council member from Oakley, Shaw, and we all went to Sacramento, and we got to shadow Senator Glazer for the day, and it was amazing. It's kind of like one of those things, you don't want to know what they put in the sausage. Watching those guys work is incredible. I attended the PAL board meeting, and the majority of the discussion was around a golf tournament that's scheduled for April 24th to raise money for PAL, the Police Activities League. I attended the PAL event, the bowling at the Bolero, the chamber ribbon cutting at Bliss Mind and Body, the Village Drive Easter egg hunt sponsored by ODOT, the multicultural fair put on by our youth commission, and then this morning, the youth in government lunch, and got to show some of these wonderful people around City Hall and try and answer some questions about what city council members do. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza.
Since the last time we've met, I attended 2 Cali meetings. That's a meeting for elected officials to talk about state legislation. I attended a Los Tigres del Norte fundraiser for East County field workers. I attended a call with Senator Glazer around housing for field workers, invited to speak at students at LMC Cesar Chavez event, attended the City Leaders Summit preview on advocacy priorities. We'll be advocating in Sacramento this week. Wednesday night, our Neighborhood Voices call. Attended the Youth Commission Multicultural Fair. Y'all did, I think Ian's here, an amazing job. I mean, the outfits, the dancing, it was great. Thank you so much for that. And today we had our morning with the Youth in Government welcome.
Councilmember Pearson.
All right, so like Council Member Orleman stated, we had the divine opportunity to shadow Senator Glazer, and it was eye-opening and informative. We went to the Finance and Education Committee meetings, and it was just so awesome to see law in motion. And also, there was one moment where several people from the state of California came into the meeting. I'd say maybe about 60 people to discuss their support of a certain bill that had to do with dyslexia and screening for dyslexia. So it was emotional. I got to sit there with the presenter who presented on behalf and felt really emotional about how much the public showed up and talked about what their issues were and what they like to see. And then after that, I was invited to the event, the Tri-Delta Sarirami Navi, I can't pronounce this completely wrong, Indian cultural event at Cray Elementary. Unfortunately, my plane got stuck in Atlanta due to engine failure. But I'm so happy to find out the press did an amazing article on the front of the press. If you take a look at it, it is just amazing. I think they had about 400 or 500 people come to show up. I attended the ribbon cutting at Bliss that was put on by the Chamber. I'm so appreciative of the Chamber's support of our businesses and just the sentiment. It was just so nice to see so many Brentwood residents showing up to support a business that does a lot of health and wellness in the community. After the ribbon cutting, I immediately came here to watch the Youth Commission in their meeting. I have to say the Youth Commission does a phenomenal job. And I have to thank Chairperson Ian Cohen because he did a phenomenal job of running the meeting. He can probably give the mayor a little run for his money. He's a phenomenal chairperson. But they do a great job at the Youth Commission. If you haven't come out to ever support them, they put together a lot of events, and just please come out if you can during the week. The other thing is on Saturday, I attended the ODAT Easter egg event in the Village community, which is also in my district. But it was a community event, not just for District 2, but it was for Brentwood. And I have to say, again, phenomenal to see all the kids running around to the game trucks and jump house, and then they got to go meet the Easter Bunny. They were giving out books from, I think it was Etna Hill, giving out books to everybody in COVID testing. And it just felt so community enriching. And one of the most beautiful moments, I saw a young lady go up to our police chief, bend down to him, and she was just like in awe, like he was the most rock star, and he gave her every moment of his attention. And it was a great thing to see. Left that event and came over to the Multicultural Fair, and I'm so proud again of our youth to put together the organizations. I had seen like the Eritrean and the Ethiopian group present during the African American graduation. To see them out there, to see all of the groups, the Asian Pacific Islanders, the Latino groups coming to present and do dance groups. That's what diversity is about, and it's so great to see us support it. And also they decorated the park so nice. I wanted them to keep everything up. So it was a great event. And I think, today, phenomenal youth in government today, lunch with them. And then afterwards we got to give a tour, and these young people are our leaders, and wholeheartedly support them and thank them for their interest in government. And they asked us some of the most amazing questions. So that's everything for me.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Since we last met, I attended a California Alliance of Local Electeds meeting to discuss state legislation and local control. Had a prep meeting of the agenda for this week's 3-day conference at the Capitol and the legislative meetings that we'll be holding over the next 3 days. Had a meeting with the keynote speaker for the City Leaders Summit. Attended the East Bay Leadership Council webinar, Ending Chronic Homelessness. In the end, it's a lot of great ideas that can only work if the partners actually work together, and more attention is given to root causes and prevention instead of just blind solutions that don't necessarily get us anywhere. Attended the Mayor's Conference. There was a presentation on transportation by the Contra Costa Transportation Authority regarding the Redefining Mobility Summit. And it was interesting to see a lot of information shared about Gomentum. Brentwood was mentioned as being a part of an East County initiative to push this forward. There's going to be some test sites that are kind of interesting. Rossmore, starting in October, will have a test site of a Gomentum vehicle. There's going to be one at Bishop Ranch for 1 year as well. County Hospital will have one that's going to be ADA compliant. There was a lot of discussion around the economic opportunities that would be brought to places like East County when we do push this initiative forward eventually and get Gomentum moving things around here. There was some discussion around the Byron Airport drone program and what that would do for economic development for East County as well. So a lot of really good information there. Attended the East Indian Association Holy event, which is a celebration of spring, color, and unity. Of course, Assistant Manager Dale Guerin was there and really played along with it to the point where he was covered. I don't think there was an interview that was not covered with color. So made a lot of fans that way. And the Youth Commission Multicultural Fair was very, very excited and proud to be able to speak at that. They did, like everyone has said, an amazing job. Their dancing was beautiful, the costumes, the booths, everyone coming together to really learn from each other and teach each other. And I can't wait to see what more the Youth Commission does. I think the events are just spectacular. And then this morning, before I went to work, because I work a very demanding day job and can't always attend things, I wish I could. But this morning, in order to be able to welcome the Youth in Government group, I came early to the community center before the event started so that we could have a little time together and just say hello and welcome. And thank you so much for all you're doing. And that is it. Thanks.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I have been out of town for about a week. I got the opportunity to join our Public Works Department in San Diego at the Public Works Spring Conference, where our Public Works team compete with different departments in the state and from California and Nevada. And the reason specifically I went this year was we have a former Public Works director named Chris Ehlers who passed away a couple of years ago. Chris Ehlers is so well regarded, not only with our city staff, but in the industry of public works, that they named a national award after him called the Chris Ehlers Award. Our team actually won the competitions this year. His wife, his father, his mother, and his aunt Bonbon were there. And his wife presented the team from Brentwood the championship, the Chris Ehlers Trophy, for the first time it was presented to the industry. While I was there, I had opportunity to talk to a lot of leaders in new technologies, as well as ways of doing things and providing. Everyone thinks very, very highly of the City of Brentwood's Public Works Department. And Chris Ehlers left an indelible influence in the industry to such a degree that they chose to name their award after someone that served our community. And so I had the opportunity to spend the time there. Unfortunately, it was the same week that all of these amazing things that I love to be a part of that are here in town. I really missed Holy as well. And so thank you, Assistant City Manager Darren Gale, for stepping in and getting all the beautiful chalk and colors and everything. I really, again, I thank the Youth Commission for what you were doing. But I was out of the area doing that. I also attended a call with the Habitat Conservancy regarding the extension and the bridge of the Sand Creek extension that we are working on to complete here in the city. And this morning, I met with the Heritage High School Youth in Government, and it is so phenomenal to see such outstanding young people. You know, you hear stories in the news coming out of different states about young people trying to rob stores with alligators in the state of Florida. And some other crazy things that you hear the up and coming generation doing, and it can cause someone of my age to have some concerns. And then you get to spend time with our young people and our future leaders, and all the concerns and the fears go away immediately. Hopefully none of you got any thoughts about what I just said about the alligator, but really, okay, maybe it's too late. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of those around here. But I do want to take this opportunity before we go into our consent calendar to let our representatives, our vice mayor, our mayor, council person, and is it city clerk's office? City clerk, she's the city clerk, to tell us a little bit about your plans for the future.
Hi, I'm Lexi Tibbin. For after high school, my plans is to attend Chico State to major in kinesiology, and then after that, hopefully go to PT school.
Hello, I'm Jack Wooten, and after high school, I'm not entirely sure yet. I have my pilot's license, so I'm either gonna go into aviation or I will commit to UC Davis on their chemistry scholarship.
Hello, my name is Cooper Seamers. After high school, I'm going to San Diego State for mechanical engineering.
Hi, I'm Antonia George, and after high school, I have a few offers, so I'm not sure where I want to go yet, but I'm going to major in business and hopefully become a doctor.
Take that, Florida guy.
Yeah.
So at this time, we will go to the consent calendar. I would like to pull items C1 and C2. Do I have a motion for the remainder of the consent?
I'll make a motion to adopt consent calendar, except for items C1 and C2.
Okay, we
Second.
have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It is unanimous. Okay, we'll move to item C1, a proclamation recognizing April 22nd, 2023 as Earth Day. And tonight we have Ian Cohen here to accept the proclamation on behalf of Sustainable Leaders in Action. And Ian, if you could meet us here, meet here, sorry.
For those in our community that do not know Mr. Ian Cohen, there really is only one of him, although it may appear that there are a few dozen because he is everywhere, involved in so many things, and he does such an outstanding job. And so it's such a pleasure to be able to present this. So I will read this proclamation. Whereas we are reminded daily of the extraordinary importance of maintaining a clean, sustainable, and healthy environment, and whereas the global community faces challenges such as health issues, food and water shortages, and economic struggles, whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geography, have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment with economic growth and opportunity, and whereas we are all caretakers of our planet and have an obligation to combat climate change and environmental degradation to preserve the Earth's beauty and resources, whereas it is necessary to broaden and diversify this global movement to achieve maximum success by ensuring everyone does their part as caretakers, and whereas this year's Earth Day theme, Invest in Our Planet, is designed to persuade businesses, governments, and citizens around the world of the need to invest in our planet to improve our environment and to create a healthier and safer planet for our future generations. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize Saturday, April 22nd, 2023, as Earth Day and encourages people in Brentwood to combat climate change and environmental degradation, support green economy initiatives, and encourage others to undertake similar actions. Dated this 11th day of April 2023.
All right, Thank you, Mayor, so much, and thank you to Council so much. I've worked with you guys for what, more than a year now, fighting on so many different things for our climate. The city already has been amazing towards our climate so far. Just some of the things I wanted to mention. On top of this building, we got solar panels. BFAC, we got solar panels. Behind Casey's water plant, we got solar panels. We got too many solar panels. I'm sure the police chief has some. I can't remember. And also, police chief, where's the electric police cars? I'm waiting for them. Fremont PD has the Teslas. You need the Tesla, so I'm waiting on that. And also, we have a great recycling program in the city. And also, the city's Tree City, USA, for how many years? What, 17 years, 16 years now? My whole life. That's amazing. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about Earth Day. Earth Day is very important because we should treat every day like Earth Day. We should take care of our Earth. We should always think about like conserving water. Like during my shower today, I conserved a little bit of water. Just little things every day will add up. And this room is filled with youth today. And these youth are the ones who are going to be affected by our actions today. And I'm not kidding. The UN is screaming at us daily. And last year, and the last few years, we saw how bad the wildfires were. And this year, we saw how bad the rains were. But thank you to our engineering team for protecting our city with our infrastructure. But our neighbors didn't get it as easy as we did. And again, that's climate change. We needed the rain, but it got too much. And so I just really appreciate Council for proclaiming Earth Day. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. But I just want to remind everyone, like I said, every day should be Earth Day. And I'm glad that City Council is taking actions to ban oil and gas drilling. Like last meeting, we had a successful one-year extension, and I'm waiting for the final ban to come back so we can protect our city. And Brentwood will keep on being the better in Brentwood city we are in protecting our climate and being stewards of our climate.
Thank you so much. Would we like to get a picture taken with Mr. Cohen? And with the indulgence of council, I will take both items C1 and C2 at the same time before I ask for a motion at the dais. At this time, we are going to present a proclamation proclaiming April 11th, 2023 as Youth in Government Day in Brentwood. And if we could have the representatives from City Council to come, our mayor, our vice mayor, and our councilperson. Oh, and the city clerk. We only have 3 proclamations. We'll make sure that we have 4 now. See how good our staff is? Is that signed? It is. It's ready to go. Oh, okay. It's for the photo. We'll make sure that you get one. And Mr. Mayor, if you could read the proclamation.
I'll read all of it? Yes. Okay. I'll just start as whereas. Okay. Whereas the City of Brentwood, the Brentwood Lions Club, and Heritage and Liberty High Schools have collaborated for over 13 years to offer the Youth in Government program to local high school seniors. And whereas it is important for the youth of the Brentwood community to be exposed to the function and necessity of city government and its individual departments, and whereas participants in the Youth in Government program experience democracy in action, and whereas students are encouraged to take an interest in their community and develop the future leaders of the community, and whereas the City of Brentwood deems it important to recognize and honor those participating in the 2023 Youth in Government program. Now, therefore, it will be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood do hereby recognize April 11th, 2023 as the Youth in Government Day.
Well done, Mr. Mayor. Before we take this picture, could I ask for Mr. Fred Ehlers, whose brainchild this was, and the Lions that are here with us tonight. If you could come, they are the supporters of this. And Fred, if you would like to, I of course, I'm sorry, Fred Gensler. Thank you. Chris Ehler, Fred, and I do remember Fred Ehler. Yes, I do. Fred Gensler. Fred, if you could say something.
Oh, well, we have the representatives from each of the high schools here with us this evening to start off Youth and Government Day, which happened all day this morning, beginning with a tour of city facilities and having a luncheon, which was quite pleasant. And then the students, they paired off with city representatives, city staff, city council, just to see how local government is run. And I know they had a great time, right? Right, good.
Thank you so much,
Mayor?
Fred Gensler. Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I say two
Oh,
things?
please, yes.
First, if we could have all of the students come up for the picture, it would be great to have you all recognized for this photo. And second, thank you. And second, I would specifically like to, I would like to thank Lion Fred Gensler. Lion Fred, I would like to thank you for all of these years of volunteering to make this very, very special event. You've inspired a lot of students over the years. You've empowered students to get involved in local government and in leadership of a lot of different kinds. This program means a lot to a lot of people, and you've got a legacy here that you basically have led all of these years, and I think we all need to say thank you for that.
Yes. Thank you, Fred. You're outstanding. We love you, my friend. Thank you all very much. So at this time, I move approval of items C1 and C2. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. It passes. We will move into business items, item D1. And our next item pertains to the Public Art and Design Academy's mural. And Tien Nguyen, Recreation Manager, will present.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Tien Nguyen, Recreation Manager. Tonight, we're very excited to request Council's approval of an MOU with Liberty Union High, their Public Art Design Academy, for their annual PADA project. From the Academy, we have students from Miss Alicia Douglas's class in attendance, and I'll hand off our presentation to two of their students, Allison and Miranda, to present their project.
Good evening, everyone. We're the PADA representatives from the class of 2023, and we're here today to pitch to you our class's city project. Hi, I'm Miranda. I'm the PADA director. I'll be talking about our budget and location of the artwork. I can answer any questions regarding the logistics of this project. I'm Allie. I'm PADA's communications officer, and I'll be explaining the design and how it relates to this year's theme of change. I can answer any questions about the design. Our class was tasked with creating a piece celebrating Brentwood's 75th anniversary, so we wanted this mural project to be visually represent the past and present, showing our progress and how much we have grown as a city since 1948. Our location for the mural is the city parks, Our location for the mural is the City Park's water equipment shed, located across from Brentwood's Community Center. We selected the water equipment shed for this year's project because it is visible to those entering and exiting the community center or roaming the park. Those coming to music in the park nights, attending to city business, or just playing with their children on the playground can see the design and be reminded of Brentwood's history. This location offers us a flat, decently sized workspace and has good accessibility for all of our student artists. Our design will be placed on the wall to the left of the door and faces the community center. This wall is 93 inches tall and 88 inches wide. This gives us a total of 57 square feet to work with.
Our concept to celebrate Brentwood's 75th anniversary is titled A Split in Time. This design is a stylized depiction of the past and present Delta Theater. Surrounded on either side by buildings that haven't changed much since their erection, we challenge one of the most well-known city landmarks to stand the test of time through a piece that travels through the ages with the turn of a page. The idea is that we're ripping up an old brown newspaper and revealing the newer, brighter future underneath. This conveys how we have torn away from tradition and now revel in the new, while still paying homage to the past. The Art Deco building is a historical icon to the city, and we thought it to be the perfect subject to communicate the differences between then and now. The nighttime view of the Delta is one that almost all Brentwood locals know and love. Its warm neon glow is inviting and old-timey, while still donning the titles of modern-day movies. Since it's been under restoration, the attention grabber has been one of newer generations to look on and has remained a fond memory of those who have already known its existence. This design will be created entirely with ceramic bisque tiles. We will illustrate the piece by painting underglaze, which we will fire in a kiln and install on the wall. The underglaze we are using is a liquid clay with pigment added. We can mix the underglaze like paint and then apply an overcoat of clear glaze on top. We like the idea of using these ceramic tiles for this project because of their durability and ease of maintenance, meaning that any graffiti can be easily cleaned off. The 57 square feet workplace is well suited for our 6-inch by 6-inch tiles, giving us enough room to have a total of 108 tiles lined 9 by 12. The mural would be an 8-inch by 11, besides the mural would be an 8-inch by 11-inch plaque, giving details about the piece, PADA, and how the artwork was made to commemorate Brentwood's 75th anniversary. To create these illustrated tiles, we would divide ourselves into groups, with a small number of sketch artists laying out and lining the design on all the tiles before a much larger group applies the color. In an assembly line fashion, we would paint, glaze, and wash and fire each tile until it's completed, allowing us to be efficient and get the project done before the end of May.
The total cost of this project is $3,512. This includes the tiles, glaze, grout, and more. One notable difference between this project and prior PADA projects is the addition of the Brentwood 75th anniversary logo added to the bottom of the custom plaque, which will be displayed next to the mural.
Thank you all so much for listening and having us here today.
We can now answer any questions or concerns.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council regarding this? Clarifying questions?
I just have a quick question. Usually you use the small tiles, right, historically? What drove the decision? I mean, it doesn't matter to me, but what drove the decision of the big tiles versus the small tiles?
Namely, just the complicated piece. It has a lot more detail and also involves line art, which to get those straight lines would be kind of hard with the jagged edges of glass, actually is what we used to use. So to have tiles that we could paint directly on, we can get a lot more detail and also the shading that we're looking for in the background.
Cool. And how many people are part of the team that work on this?
Around 24, I'd say. Sketch artists specifically, I believe we have about 2 or 3 so that, you know, the shapes remain kind of consistent. And then after that, it's just the rest of us kind of piling in color and glazing and having hands-on to do that like assembly line thing so we can get it done quick.
Awesome. Thank you.
2 questions. One, is the display going to be lit at night?
We actually haven't discussed that. I think that that would definitely benefit the piece, especially because the light source is actually coming from the top. So if we could have light installation that would go down, that would be great, but we would have to discuss that with our director.
Okay. And then the other part is how many ideas came as part of this brainstorming session before you narrowed it down and then presented to the Art Commission?
We had 3 final designs. We've been collaborating all year with each other. Over the course of the whole year, we've probably had around 20. Narrowed it down definitely to 3 main ones, and this was the one that the Arts Commission decided was most beneficial and showed the best past and present.
Terrific. It's great. Thank you very much. Can't wait to see it.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further clarifying questions of the presenters, we will open public comment at this time.
If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And no public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I do have 1 speaker card from Danny Dorman.
Hello, ladies. I'm actually here for another one, but $3,000, I'd love to hire you because I have a kitchen that would love to have that type of tile set up. That you guys, great, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have 1 hand raised in Zoom. Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. That is going to look phenomenal in that location. As someone like the mayor who cannot draw their way to save their life, I'm always impressed by art projects, and I love to see how young people are transforming our city into something vibrant and amazing. So I look forward to seeing this piece completed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards and no additional hands raised.
Okay, at this time we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. I have to say that I'm a huge supporter of this process, and so thankful for your director for allowing the community to enjoy your talents. One of the most enjoyable things when we have guests that come into town, I get to drive them around our beautiful community, and without exception, they always ask about the pieces of art that PADA have done, and every one of them are outstanding, and they really add a lot of texture and character and identity to our community. And so I want to thank you for being willing to sacrifice your time and share your gifts with us.
I've only been up here for 2 years, but I've been out there for many, many more years, and I always look forward to this every single year. You guys do an amazing job. Your teachers are amazing. It's great. I love all of the pieces, even like the fish and the tunnel over by King Park. They're all amazing, from the oldest one to the newest one, and I'm always excited to see what you guys have coming up next because I'm not that creative, so it's awesome to see. And I don't know if anyone else is not going to make a comment or ready for a motion.
I'm ready for a motion if we have one.
Okay, so I am going to make a motion. Sorry. Where am I? As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with Liberty Union High School District for the PADA Art Project and taking related actions.
We have a first.
I'll second.
A second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you so much again, and I can't wait to see the finished result. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
On to item D2. The next item pertains to 2 agreements for the Deer Ridge Frontage Landscaping Improvement Project. Staff?
That's a very tough act to follow. Nice job, ladies and gentlemen. That's always awesome. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. As promised at the February 28th City Council meeting, staff is here tonight with a recommendation that City Council approve expenditures with PG&E and National Aquatic Services Incorporated in order to complete the Deer Ridge Frontage Landscape Improvement Project. With the landscape improvements already started by staff and with an anticipation of being complete with that landscaping in the coming weeks, the final two portions of the work needed to complete this project are adding the PG&E service to Site 1 and retrofitting the two fountains on both sides of that entrance. In your packets tonight are the contracts for PG&E with a total not to exceed amount of $103,422 and the National Aquatic Services Incorporated contract for a total not to exceed of $121,851. So as a result of these two contracts exceeding the remaining CIP budget for the project of $128,955, staff is also requesting an amendment to the project budget in the amount of $108,819 to cover the fountain retrofit and the PG&E site services. As the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 21-1 is already at the maximum assessment amount, the additional funding would need to come from the general fund and would not affect the residents and the assessments moving forward. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Any clarifying questions from council? Okay. At this time, then, we will open public comments. Margaret?
If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And no public comments were submitted or received on this item prior to the meeting. I have one speaker card, Danny Dorman.
Sorry about that. Under comment, I just broke D, so I guess I'm going to have something to say about all of it. So it's interesting that the gentleman's up here asking for more money on a project that I honestly feel sorry for the Deer Ridge people, because I was looking through, can they convert a golf course into something else? And boy, oh boy, it looks like they can. Looks like there's an assembly bill that's going to allow golf courses to be turned into low-income housing. So they might be better off getting a restaurant. So now, on top of that, the city paying for something that honestly should be the landowners has always been of interest to me, particularly since, 2 sessions ago, when there was a discussion about pulling the $600,000 sound wall. That was approved, and luckily, cooler heads prevailed, and it's, presumably it's going on, but that was almost pulled. And yet now, you are going to have to decide to spend another $100,000 and something to pretty up basically a home front. And so that is interesting to me, and I hope that that goes into this whole robust discussion. Should we spend $100,000 on prettying up somebody else's land or not? Again, I feel sorry for the Deer Ridge people because, again, I tried to find something for you Deer Ridge people, I really did. But you may want to go for the restaurant, because otherwise, density housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards in the chambers, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion regarding this item.
And because your students are here, sometimes things go over budget, and it's no fun when things go over budget. If you've watched any of the news on like the CPI and all of that good stuff, inflation is happening. It's inevitable. I redid my kitchen during COVID, and trust me, I spent probably 30% more than I wanted to because of prices went up. So this is one of the hard decisions we have to make. And unfortunately, when we got the original forecast, it was lower, and now it's higher. And I don't see it fair that we leave it half done. I think it's something that we committed to investing, and once we make a commitment, I follow through that with that commitment. And some things, sometimes financials go sideways, and it's awful when they do. When you have to walk in and tell your boss, I forecasted this and I'm way over budget, which I've had to do before. So I get it. It's not fun. It wasn't done on purpose, and it wasn't done because they lacked in their skills. It was done because we live in a crazy market right now, and until the economy stabilizes, I think we're going to be seeing this a lot more, and I'm sure if you look at a lot of other cities, it's happening as well. So.
Not to mention the problems with PG&E, because that's where a lot of this came from, is the original estimate was so far under what PG&E is ending up proposing now, and that's not something that we can control. So this was already a commitment the city made to the residents of Deer Ridge, and so we are honoring that commitment and playing along with PG&E because we don't have a choice about that.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion on this item?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to approve a resolution for the Deer Ridge Frontage Landscaping Improvements Projects that approves agreements with PG&E and National Aquatic Services, as well as amends the CIP and operating budgets.
Have a first
I'll second that.
and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Moving into item D3. This item pertains to information about city council meeting decorum and a future agenda item request from Vice Mayor Meyer for a staff presentation and city council discussion on policies related to the city council responses to public comment. City Attorney Damian Brower will present. Damian.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, my report tonight stems from a request from the Vice Mayor about policies pertaining to council responses to public comment, as well as a conversation with the Mayor about meeting decorum. It'll be relatively brief and provide the council with a refresher on your rules of procedure and also information to our youth and government students about the procedural side of your meetings. I know they see a lot of the substantive side of the items you're considering. This is more the procedural side. The focus will be on two of your policies. The first will be the meeting rules and procedures policy, and the second, the ethics and conduct policy. It'll look at three main areas: decorum at the dais, conduct with the public during meetings, and public conduct at meetings. Regarding decorum at the dais, to provide for efficiently run meetings, Section 5.1 of your meeting rules and procedures provides the following. You're all to preserve order and decorum at city council meetings. Your remarks are to be confined to the agenda item under consideration. Except as otherwise provided in the rules, you're to speak only when recognized by the mayor. And once recognized as a speaker, you're not to be interrupted unless called to order by the mayor. You may not disturb or disrupt the proceedings or the peace of the council, disturb a colleague or member of the public while they're speaking, or refuse to obey the instructions of the mayor or council. There are also specific rules for quasi-judicial hearings, and these are the hearings where you're applying a specific set of rules to a specific project, and might include hearings on such things as a conditional use permit, a land use appeal, or proceedings to revoke a permit or a license. In such hearings, the applicant or the appellant is entitled to due process of law, and what that means is there must be a meaningful opportunity for them to be heard. And any information you receive outside the meeting about the matter needs to be disclosed at the meeting, and your full attention needs to be given to the speakers before you. With regard to conduct with the public during meetings, this falls within Section 3.8 of your ethics and conduct policy, which provides that there will be no signs of partiality, prejudice, or disrespect shown towards those participating. Efforts should be made to be fair and impartial in listening to public testimony. Speakers should be welcomed and treated with respect. Public speaking time should be allocated fairly and equitably. Members should be active listeners. requests for clarification are appropriate, but debate and argument with the public is to be avoided, as are personal attacks. And regarding public hearings, and particularly those that are quasi-judicial that we just talked about, personal opinions on about upcoming votes. With regard to public conduct at meetings, your meeting rules and procedures section 5.2 provides that the public is asked, but not required, to complete a speaker's card if they're in the chambers. This allows for more accurate meeting minutes, and it also allows for an after-meeting contact if a request is made for additional information. So we have that on the card. Limitations may be placed on the time given speakers. Speakers may not give remaining time to a later speaker, and written documents that are provided to the council should go through the city clerk, and then she'll distribute them to the entire council. Public remarks should be made from the podium, actually must be made from the podium, so that they're both heard by those that are listening virtually, as well as it ensures that the meeting's accurately recorded and the minutes reflect what was said. We can't hear the public if they're speaking from the audience. They need to be at the podium speaking into the microphone. Public remarks will be addressed to the mayor, except that answers to questions posed by a council member that has been recognized by the mayor may be addressed to the questioner. No person other than a member of the council and the person at the podium is to enter into any discussion, either directly or through a council member, without the permission of the mayor. And for specific agenda items, the comments must be pertinent to the agenda item under discussion. So if you're talking about a land use issue, that should be where the comments are going, is to that land use issue. The exception would be in your general public comment period, where there's much more leeway in what could be said during that time. Questions of a council member or staff must be made through the mayor. And in addition, speakers are urged, but not required, to avoid unnecessary repetition of the remarks and instead simply indicate their agreement with a prior speaker. If a meeting is willfully interrupted by any individual or group to render its orderly conduct infeasible, the mayor may recess the meeting and require the individuals be removed from the chambers who are interrupting it. Or in more egregious situations, a room may be cleared, but members of the press could remain. And this is in your rules of procedure based on a government code section. In addition to the policies I just discussed, your ethics and conduct policy includes over 50 expressions of the city's core values that you have adopted as your own core values. And that's integrity, passion, accountability, respect, and quality. These are items that pertain to what council members should aspire to achieve, what your goals are to achieve to try and meet these core values. Rather than me determining which ones are applicable tonight, I would commend you to look at those for future review. They're in your ethics and conduct policy. And finally, I note that section 5.1 of your meeting rules and procedure policy provides that council meetings will be governed by common sense and good taste. In case of a dispute concerning a procedural matter not specifically covered by the rules, the majority of the council vote would control that. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions to staff regarding this item?
I think in there it talks about the 5 minutes. What are we going to do about the 5 minutes versus 3 minutes? And I think that's,
That is something I'm going to
We'll talk about that.
address
Discussion.
through a future agenda item request later tonight.
Okay.
There are no further clarifying questions. At this time, we'll open public comment.
If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And no public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I do have 2 speaker cards for this item. I'll call on Denise Duran first, followed by Danny Dorman.
Good evening again. And I want to thank the City Council and Mayor Bryant for bringing this to a public discussion or public learning, actually, if you will. There's so much happening on the dais. And as council members, I really appreciate and respect and admire I wrote this down, the integrity, the passion, the accountability, respect, quality, all connected to the core values that you agree to in your bylaws. And I think with passion can sometimes come additional passion. And so being able to understand that as you had mentioned, City Attorney Brower, that we aspire to uphold and to live up to these qualities and commitments. And sometimes being human provides us opportunities for learning and growth. Thank you for doing what you do. This is not an easy job. And the level of compassion that goes along with listening and being able to speak in a way that shows respect and interest in your voices as the council who are representing your districts is critical for us as community, as business owners and as residents. I also want to just touch on the public conduct that goes along to public remarks. It is not easy to have to listen to people besmirching you. Nobody likes that. And I really, again, commend you for being active listeners without actively speaking. That's quite a skill. And for those who are sometimes feeling the desire to want to shake or rattle the cage, I invite all of us to be reminded that everybody here is doing the best they can with the tools that they have in the moment. So with that being said, I say thank you again for bringing this forward, for making this recommitment to the core values that go along with being city council, and for us as residents to be respectful of your roles as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Gerald Johnson.
Well, time to rattle a cage or two. I appreciate what was told to us regarding rules, regulations, and statutes. And this goes back to what I said in the beginning. It's either all important or none of it is important, okay? What started this whole dance was during the Kumbaya meeting, or the tar and feather meeting, or the event that our city manager put together to put all of you guys under the microscope. Comments were made. Everyone knows who made the comments. Everyone should know what was said. I have yet to hear an acknowledgement of the issue, either from the person or from our honorable mayor. I thought tonight it was going to be actually discussed. But again, we got the big round circle, but you know, the elephant has yet to be discussed, and hopefully that will be. And for you kids, yes, it is tough being on that side and being on this side, particularly on this side, because you think you're only one voice, and you might be the one that seems like you're tilting at windmills, and oh my God, I'm afraid to say something for fear of being called a cage rattler or a disturber or a sore loser or a buffoonish bully. But you still have to. That's when this counts the most, is when you see something that's not right and you try to correct it. It's really that simple. It's a hard job. It is. Great thing about a job is you can always quit. You certainly will be, 2 of you will be decided upon next year. The rest of you, 2 years after that. So, but there are no chains on any of these guys. So if they can't do the job, just say, hey, call it a day. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gerald Johnson, followed by Antonio Xavier.
Good evening, everyone. I've been coming to council meetings for quite some time now. And to be honest with you, I really wish we could focus on getting things done. And usually, you know, I come from a corporate background. That means working together and having some kind of decorum about doing that. It is unexplainable to me why we spend time fighting each other instead of working on figuring out what's the best things to do. And I don't have to agree with everything that everybody says. I don't have to agree with anything that anybody says. But it is my job to be respectful. My mother told me when I was growing up, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say it at all. And, you know, what I tend to see right now is more infighting than coming up with a common solution. And I guess when the city attorney was reading about the duties about keeping decorum in the room, you know, it's the responsibility for people in the audience to have decorum and people on the city council to have decorum. And I believe he said, you know, the mayor can establish decorum or maybe shut down. If somebody's being disrespectful from the public, we need to stop that. If somebody's being disrespectful on the city's council, we need to stop it. We should be working together to make Brentwood better and improve the things that we have in this wonderful city. Infighting gets you, a house divided will always continue to fall. And that's what I saw, and that's what I continue to see. So I'm hoping that we can make a decision to work towards common good and common goals without being disrespectful to anyone, coming from the public or coming at the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Xavier, followed by Laura Villa.
Thank you, council. Wasn't actually planning on speaking tonight, but I heard some of the comments and I had to come up here. People that come to city council meetings are usually passionate. They either love what you're doing or they hate what you're doing. Both sides should have a voice in this chamber. This is free speech. This is what our country is about. You may not like what they have to say, but they have the right to say it. The crowd should not discourage them. The council and the staff should not discourage them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Villa.
Oh God, I need this lowered for like the kids had it. Oh God, oh well. I truly had I had not planned to speak, but what I have heard sitting here is goading, is division being sought by residents to break up. If they don't believe or agree with some people, they pit one against the other. And they're doing it in the community. They are doing it to the council. You don't believe? I'm gonna go expand and expound on how great you are. And the emphasis is on who didn't do versus other people coming up and saying things. Good God, are we trying to battle everybody and being against everybody? What are we doing? We have a common goal and a common good. Don't goad people to fight amongst themselves. Let's bring out the positive. You know, there were years ago when my kids went to elementary school, and there was one principal who would point out when kids did things bad, and they got punished. But when you wanted to find the principal, you couldn't see him because he was eating Chinese food with his legs up on the desk. The next principal came in, and he took a completely different approach, and it was to emphasize the good that kids were doing. Focus on that. Don't deal with the kids who misbehave, but when you focus on the good, it brings out the good in people. And this infighting, I've been coming to these city council meetings, you know, guys, for years and speaking in front of it. And I have seen a deterioration, and I'm not saying it's with council members. I see it from goading from behind, from those who speak. Let's work to a common goal. And if people have differences, you're entitled. You don't have to agree with everybody, but you do have to be decent. And that goes for people back here too.
I have no additional speaker cards, but I do have hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Cinziana Todor, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hello again. Thank you for opportunity to speak on this item. I really appreciate Vice Mayor bringing this item to the agenda and finally addressing the elephant in the room. I do believe in praising when good happens and really calling out when things that do not benefit our community and insult our residents to be called out. I think it's only fair. And I do come from corporate background. I do work for private enterprise, and every single company I worked for encouraged a culture of if you see something, say something. And just to come to a city council meeting and be told to be quiet, be welcome with eye rolls, and an attitude that is not very welcoming, as it was mentioned as part of the code of conduct for city council members during meetings. It's just disheartening. Also, being threatened when you have something to say because it's true, and it might not be positive or it might not flatter anyone, and be threatened with a lawsuit, then that is not welcoming either. And it's really disheartening as well. And, when the previous speaker said, let's focus on the good. I've always said thank you, and I'm appreciative. And I really praise when good things happen. I've been involved for years, but lying is not good. Calling people names is not good. Telling people not to speak and use their First Amendment rights is not good. As members of the public, we are entitled to say whatever we want, whatever we say, and whatever we think in order to exercise our First Amendment rights. But some of our city council members do not understand that because they feel like if we mention something that they do wrong and against the residents, again, we're threatened with lawsuits. So also being an active listener, it was also mentioned here. And I'm not saying, the elephant in the room is not an active listener. During the kumbaya, as Mr. Dorman calls it, she made it very clear. So I'm not saying that this because I'm a sore loser, I'm saying this because I care.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Anne. Anne, go ahead.
Hello, hi, good evening. Good evening, Mayor Bryan and City Council members. Well, this is where we are today. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Broad for outlining his presentation. That was greatly needed. To the last speaker, her last words were, "I am not a sore loser." I have participated in this meeting for numerous times, and since those words came out of her mouth, her conduct is exactly that form. And forgive me, this is not toward her council and Mayor Bryan. I am directing this to you, Mayor Bryan, that I have been appalled by what has been happening during the meetings. What's been happening is that certain council members, yes, the elephant in the room, Council Pearson, has been attacked on numerous occasions. And the last speaker says something about a lawsuit. Yes, we have a freedom of speech. However, that does not give us a right to lose track of respect, integrity, professionalism, nor compassion. She said threat. Threat is a very powerful word. No, it is not a threat. It's to say, if you continue to do this, I have a right to do this. And if that's her definition of threat, then so be it. It's threat. But what I would like to say is, during the meetings, there have been several attacks, and I feel that this is a very important forum. We do not need this. We have individuals in front of us who are here for the betterment of our community and our city. Allow them to do what they have been sworn to do. We do not need, they said eye rolling, we do not need that even on the committee. We do not need that even on the council. We do not need that anywhere. Not only do we not need it when we receive public remarks, but we do not need it among our council meeting. And I see it, and I have to call the elephant in the room. Council Mendoza, you constantly interrupt council member Pearson, as well as the other staffers during their presentation on a regular basis, including during a meeting at times. Council Mendoza, you interrupt Council Pearson by stating to her, I quote, "I feel that you're coming at me sideways." I feel that that was an interruption, but it was also very unprofessional. So let's call it what it is. Let's have respect among each other and get the job done that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. I'm glad that this was brought forward by the Vice Mayor. I've been attending a lot of city council meetings, not only city council meetings, but school board meetings and county meetings, state meetings, you name it, meetings. I've been attending meetings. And what you are seeing here is a period of adjustment for the new members to learn how things are done, to learn what has been done, and to get to know the involved members of the community. I stress what has been done because all of the conflict that arose between Council Member Pearson and Council Member Mendoza had to do with a process that was put in place for a very specific reason. And members of the community did ask Councilmember Pearson to please go back and watch a certain meeting, and also Councilmember Orlemans. I don't know if either one did, but that's not the first time they've been given homework that they have not done. It is really infuriating when you've worked for years to get back the trust of the community by showing up to the meetings informed, well informed, having read the agenda very carefully, asking insightful questions, making intelligent motions, and then two new people come in and try and roll it all back. That is infuriating. And maybe the rest of the people who spoke were not aware of this because they haven't attended as many meetings as the rest of us. However, I will also tell you that these meetings are not the least bit as angry as I have seen other city council meetings. Go to Concord when they were talking about the naval station. You want to see fur fly? Watch that fur fly. Also, go back and watch some of the Brentwood Unified School District meetings during COVID. I was in one of those meetings. I was outnumbered 40 people to 3. I was there with 2 other people, and it was not safe. I couldn't leave the room. I had to call the police. The police came and left. I still could not leave the room. They had to evacuate the council members because the people in the audience were making physical threats to their children. So when I tell you, This isn't going badly at all. We just needed a primer. People need to do their homework. People need to read the agenda packet. They need to come prepared with good questions.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Shonda. Shonda, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. And Mayor Bryant, I am directing my question, actually my statement to you. I've been attending these meetings for quite some time as well. And, you know, I'm not really just kind of listening in and just not really understanding why things are being allowed to go this way. I feel like certain council members are being attacked and it's just really being allowed to happen. I'm not sure. I'm new to all of this. I've just moved here and I've just really started to participate in city council meetings. And I just really feel really bad for the students to be sitting there as well to watch a group of, you know, adults behave in this manner. Tatiana Zatsiana, tutor, I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, but this is really disgraceful for you to come here week after week and just sit there and just pick on Miss Pearson. I don't understand what your issue is. And then I realized, oh my gosh, you were running against her. Well, you know, it does seem that you were being a sore loser. What else could it be? I do believe that Miss Pearson did win. There was an election. She did win fair and square. That did happen. She's sitting up there. Her name is, it's stated right there, Pontanisha Pearson. She's sitting there in the chair. Maybe you will get your chance next time. But this is no way to behave, to sit there and attack her every week, pointing out the things that she's doing, this and that, and whatever. What is your obsession? It's like an obsession that you have. You're just obsessed with her. I don't understand it. But it's very embarrassing. It's very embarrassing for me as a new person to this city. Yeah, and there's a couple of people that said, wow, we have the right to speak. No, you don't have the right to sit up there and to be disrespectful to an individual, to anybody sitting up there. You don't have the right to. You have the right to sit there and speak on issues that are concerning the city of Brentwood. That's it. Not to sit there and to try and tear down somebody's character. You don't have the right to do that at all. It's just pathetic, and it's a disappointment to watch. And it's starting to cross the line of other things. So yeah, I really don't know what could be done about this, but I'm really getting sick of it. I'm getting sick of listening to it every day, you know, not every day, but every week that we have these meetings, having to just sit here and listen to this. And I commend all the council members that have to sit there and just listen to it. I really commend you to sit there with a straight face. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an additional hand raised. Susan. Susan, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This has been mentioned several times that people have attended many, many meetings and feel empowered then to chastise city council members because they have attended many meetings. Attending a meeting does not make you part of the council. It makes you maybe an addition or a point of interest, but it does not make you part of the council. The council was elected to make decisions on behalf of the city. And citizens who do not attend the meetings are not lesser, are not uninvolved. They have better things to do. This is a representative government, and we elected the council to make decisions on our behalf. We don't have to beat them over the head every week. We don't have to chastise them. We don't have to insult them. We need to let them make their decisions and do their job. But please remember, just because you attend a meeting does not make you part of the council. It makes you a citizen, like citizens who don't attend the meetings. That's all I got.
Thank you. I have an additional hand raised. Marisol Valles. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you. As a U.S. citizen, I do have the right to speak. It's my civic duty to be a part of all this democratic process and be a resident of Brentwood. So That's hilarious. Anyways, I'm asking the council to please converse with Pat Tanisha to explain to her not to intimidate residents. The issue here, and because this was brought up, is because new members of the council brought up some pretty awful policy changes. So if others were attending meetings, they'd understand why we got to this point. And residents spoke up about these pretty awful policy changes that were being brought up. So as an elected official, we will hold you accountable if you bring up policies and changes we disagree with. Again, what will you, the council, do to hold Pat Tanisha accountable for her acts of intimidation? Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments. And before I open to the rest of the council for discussion on this item, the reason that this is so essential is because without a democratic process, that the United States, although having been around the world in many other countries and many other cultures, the United States is based upon the highest ideals of human behavior, respect, and mutual community. This country, for those of you that have been born here and have never left this country, it's very easy to criticize some of the shortcomings that and this country has historically and still does have a lot of shortcomings that it is our duty to address and fix. You can't just look at a shortcoming and say that's how it has always been, and so that's how it will always be. So it is our duty as citizens, as residents, to address issues and concerns that fail the humanity of our nation, and we need to fix that. Having said that, we have a process. The city council meetings are legal business meetings that have sometimes permanent influence and effect on what this community is going to be currently and in the future. As council members, there's not one of my colleagues or myself that did not consider very strongly the privilege and the challenges of being an elected person in public. I know, speaking for myself, it is a very difficult thing. We spend a lot of time away from our families. We sacrifice a lot of things willingly. This is not a crying session. This is an observation. These are things that we chose to do willingly, and we ran, and our community heard or saw something in each one of us that they had confidence in and wanted us to represent them by listening to them, by hearing them, and that's not the same thing as listening, and by considering to the best of our abilities what every single individual one of our decisions make, what impact it makes on our homes, our neighborhoods, our families, our state, our lives, and our culture. And because of that, there are a lot of passions. I don't know a single person on this council that isn't a very passionate person. And I know from personal experience, every single one of our council members love Brentwood, love the community. And they have an invested and vested interest in what the future and the present of our community looks like and behaves like. This is not an easy job. There's a lot of learning and information that is involved in this. I've been on this council in some capacity since 2010. I will tell you, it took me almost a year to learn all the acronyms that the state and county and city throws at you. And that's not a small feat to do, but I've had the privilege of working with a lot of wonderful people on this council and thousands of wonderful people that are our neighbors. Every one of us live here in town. Our families are here in town. Every one of us are neighbors in our community. And because of that, every single decision affects every one of us personally. Not necessarily equally, but certainly personally. And so the reason that I wanted to, in agreement with our Vice Mayor, to bring this to council discussion is because I have personally sat on several boards and commissions over the years, not just on council, but also on the fire district. And in my vocation, I sat on international, national, and statewide commissions. I've been in thousands of meetings that are run by a set of rules of decorum. It is possible, it is expected by our own bylaws and ordinances, it is expected by our community, it's expected by ourselves to present ourselves in a professional, compassionate, caring way to allow that we are each individual humans. We are not machines. We are affected by things that are said to us, for us, about us. At the same time, the most important thing isn't how we feel, but it is, in spite of how we feel, doing the right thing for the right reasons every time. There have been many times where the right thing for our community was not my preference. And I had to vote for what was the right thing for our community, even though I would have preferred something else. There have been many times I've listened to my colleagues and I thought I knew what I was going to vote before I got here because of all the information that I had received. And they said something that caused me to have a different viewpoint that I hadn't considered before. They said something that caused me to understand their life experience was different than mine, and the decision that I thought I was going to make wasn't the best decision for our whole community and for the future of our community. And so I surprised myself regularly by voting against what I thought I was going to vote when I woke up that morning. That is the democratic process. That's why every single individual up here, that's why every single individual in our community are so vitally important. I get the pleasure of spending time with a lot of our elementary students as they come in and they get to learn about how a city works. And one of the most important things that I speak to them when they come in is I tell them this, and they repeat it loudly. I know there are individuals in this community that regularly say things that are hurtful, harmful, attacking to me, and I listen to it, and I'm so thankful that whether or not I agree with it, whether there's any truth to it, or whether or not it's entirely vicious, I'm thankful that they have the right to say it and that they can stand here in individual liberty and with an individual right, knowing that they have a right to say it. And I tell the students I meet with and anybody I can, you have a voice and your voice matters. And your voice matters equally to anybody else's or everyone else's voice individually. You have that right. There have been a lot of people who have died for that right that you exercise. There are a lot of people that have laid their lives down and sacrificed their families. The 75 signers of the Declaration of Independence, almost every one of them lost everything, and more than 30 of them lost their lives and the lives of their families for the idea that all people are equal, created equal, and should have an equal voice. We have a president that spoke about our higher angels. The idea that though we have issues and we have things that we disagree with, and we have differences of cultures and ideas and thoughts, that there is a superior goal in mind, and that is for every one of us to treat each other with the highest regard and the highest respect, not because of what they can or can't do for you, not because of what your culture is or where you were raised or what country you're from or what your socioeconomic status is, but because you are a human being, period. You have earned the right to be treated with respect because you are a person who is alive, period. And as a council person, it's my duty to not only acknowledge that, but to keep that as my number one filter, no matter what is going on, that our community deserves me as an individual to behave with professionalism, decorum, and respect. Self-respect and respect for you because you're a human. And because I represent you, and like one of the speakers said earlier, this seat belongs to our community. And every one of us understand that are up here. Because I know it because I've heard you say it, and I watch you live it. And so there are rules of decorum. One of the callers called in and asked why things are done a certain way, and I'll tell you why. I prefer, as the chair, to have as free-flowing a process as possible. I think that the more opportunity you have for a free-flowing discussion, I think you can get better results from that if everyone treats each other with respect and responds professionally. There are rules that would allow the chair to cause each individual to be able to speak. Once they're done speaking, I open the floor to another individual who is able to speak, and once all of council has been able to speak that way, to have a vote, and there's very little interaction. I don't prefer to do it that way. I believe, let me rephrase that, I know that each one of our council members are people of integrity, of respect, and have great value to the future of this city and our decisions, and this council and our decisions. And so the reason that I felt it very important to bring this tonight, not only with our student in government, but also for our community, is that we do owe you and ourselves an opportunity and a place in a council meeting to be not only welcomed and respected, but heard. And there are things that we won't individually agree on, but each one of us have the best interest of the city of Brentwood and our families at the forefront of our decision-making process. If you have paid attention over the years to these council members, and even now on this council, it is a rare time that we are not unanimous in our votes, regardless of what the discussion has been, because we all want what is best for our community. We don't always agree on the same way to get there, but we do always agree on the best. That's what we want for the best. I know I've taken a lot of time, so I'll open it up for discussion. Who would like to go first? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I do think this is an important conversation for us to have. And I want to say that I actually don't think it's a bad thing for our students to hear this. I'm not embarrassed on their behalf. I'm not embarrassed about what they're hearing. This is the reality. This is what it means to be a public servant and to serve the people. And when we first got up here, I was talking to the vice mayor and the mayor about some of the things that we face when we're up here. And there are times when we are personally, I hate to use the word attacked, but when very negative things are said about us individually, as council members, as residents, and it goes on and on. I can say at this point, having been on council for over 2 years and having seen our new council members, every one of us on this council has been personally attacked. The reason that I brought this forward is because we need to, as a council, recognize that when that happens, our duty is not to respond, not to defend ourselves, but to understand that when residents come forward, they are speaking with passion about something that impacts them. And it could be something about their neighborhood, it could be something that impacts their family or their business, and it's our job to listen. And like the mayor said, it's our job to hear as well. What is not important for us to do is to explain ourselves, to defend ourselves, to do anything that appears to be disrespectful to the residents. And I recognize very much that everyone is all about mutual respect and let's work together and let's be cohesive. But the reality is you all have the right to speak. You all have the right to say what you need to say and what brings you passion and what brings you anger and angst and concern. You have the right to bring that forward, and you have the right to know that when you come to this podium and speak about it, we're not going to talk back to you, and we're not going to call your names, and we're not going to insult you and doubt the reasons that you're here and your integrity. This, to me, is not, the purpose for this was not to bring any one person and calling one person out. This is a chance for us all to publicly commit to this, to understand and acknowledge the rules of order here, to speak about it if we decide we need to do that, and talk about maybe some of the things we've learned as we've been on council. But again, the biggest, most important thing to me is not the kumbaya moment that's been mentioned several times. It's not the agreeing all the time and having a very calm discussion, and the respect. More so for me is being open and honest about why we are where we are. Having an open discussion about why we're voting a certain way is important, because to me, I think residents want to know that. They want that transparency. They also want the respect of us owing them that. So I did not bring this forward to talk about congeniality among council members. I didn't. I brought it forward so that we could each individually commit to this decorum, commit to the respect that we owe the residents. Not that we are owed by the residents, as much as that would be nice. We all know that's not the case. We've all been attacked, as I've said. But we owe it to them to hear and to listen and to respect them. And so I am asking for everyone here to acknowledge that, to say that you understand. Some of us have learned lessons as we've come. It's not easy. The mayor said this, not an easy job to come here and make decisions that are hard, that you doubt even as you're making these decisions. And you mentioned hearing opinions from other council members and changing your mind. And I've done the same, hearing public comments. We hear it for the residents, and I will sometimes change my mind based on what I'm hearing from residents during public comment. That is a democracy. That is critical for us to hear that and to understand and to know what impacts all of you. And that's why, as much as I possibly can, whenever I go anywhere, I tell people, please, please, please reach out. Talk to us, whether you like what we're doing or not. Please come and talk to us. Share what your priorities are for the city. Share what you really want to see and hear from us. That's more important to me than the decorum. Decorum is nice, but the honesty is important. And again, sitting here and understanding that the passion that's coming from that side of the dais is because you care a lot about what is happening in your city, and you have the right to do that. So there's probably more discussion happening, but I really would like to hear from everyone. Thank you.
Councilman Orleans.
It's incredible that this happened tonight, and I'm really glad, unfortunately for you, if this isn't the way it's working out, but for everyone to get the opportunity to understand how decisions get made, why decisions are made the way they're made, and that they're made by your government that you elected. That's basically all we're talking about. I spent 38 years of my life defending everybody's right to freedom of speech. I'm continuing to do it from this dais, and I will continue to do it until the day I die. But there is an easier way to have a discussion. There is an easier way to voice your opinion. And it's not any less passionate. It's not any less of emphasis. It doesn't mean any less if you don't bring up things that you think we're doing that are bad. They're not more important because you think I'm not a great person. You have to just believe. I was elected to be up here. I was elected to sit on city council. I'm going to do it for 4 years. I have been told that, I don't know, my seat could get hot. I've been told that I could quit. None of those things are going to matter to me. I've stood on skirmish lines in Oakland with people throwing things at me, and I continued to stand there because that was my job. And that's what I'm going to continue to do on this dais, whether you like me or not, whether you think I'm the best person in the world or not. And every decision I make is going to make Brentwood stronger, better, and a place that my granddaughter and now grandson can grow up in. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. We need to congratulate Councilmember Orlemans. He just became a grandfather again tonight.
Like I said, I've only been up here 2 years, but I was out there, and Joel can attest to this, for years. And I am very passionate and very animated. It's who I am. That's not going to change, and it might make some people uncomfortable. But I think it is offensive that some people want us to change how we grew up. People used to come to my house and say, "You got in trouble." I wasn't getting in trouble. We were just having a conversation. That's how we talk in my house. We debate politics and we do all of it. So that's not going to change. So I'm from Brentwood over 20 years, but at my core, I'm an East Oakland girl. And Tanisha, I did not mean to offend you when I said coming sideways, but the way I felt like you were berating me and abusing me that night, I had to stop it, and my defenses went up. I wish that someone else had, I mean, no offense to you, but like it was like nothing I've ever seen in this chamber. So if my vernacular is what made you uncomfortable, that's not going to change. That's my vernacular. And I wouldn't ask you to change your vernacular because you have a very specific one. I wouldn't ask you to change yours. Please don't ask me to change mine, because that's what this meeting's about, right? We're talking about our decorum. Freedom of speech, I will fight for it every single day. I would have never wanted anyone to tell me what not to say up there. And whether it's a hypothesis or not true, it's so hard when you're sitting out there and you think that things are going on, and we have way more information than you do. And it is so hard for y'all to sit here and only have part of it, and we can't tell you everything legally or whatever. So if you need to get up and get it off your chest because that's what makes you feel good, I'm good with that. Like, I don't mind people coming and yelling at me. I mean, I got yelled at, the mayor and I talked about it for an hour and a half one night. And you know what? It's okay. People came, got it off their chest, and we were good to go. We moved on. So I will never stop having people come up and speak. Say what you want to say. Don't curtail your freedom of speech, whether it's about me or anybody else. The other thing is, one of my most unfavorite phrases is go along to get along. And we have seen councils that go along to get along. And they do it at the expense of the residents sometimes because they don't want to debate something. They don't want to feel the heat on them. And I would rather, as your elected representative, sit up here and fight for you than not say anything. That's not me. And people knew that about me before I was elected, and they still elected me. I mean, they saw me here for years. They saw me online. I'm an online battler. I do it all the time. And it's what I do. This is my civic job. My day job, I get paid to do a certain thing. This is my civic job where I have to come and fight for my residents. It's not the same as a day job. There's a false equivalency there. It is not the same. Because I feel way more responsible for every single vote I make here than selling one unit at work. I don't care about that and about that pay and about that bonus as much as I care about every single vote I make here. And yes, 90% of our votes, probably over 90%, have all been the same. And it's because we care about Brentwood. And I think, like you said, we get passionate and we debate our points of view, which then, because we need to, if I have a point of view, I got to convince 4 people that my point of view is the best point of view. That's my job. That's their job. And if they're not speaking up for you, that would concern me a little bit too. I mean, but most of us do speak up a lot, so that's okay. But I'm not going to change who I am. It's not gonna happen. I am passionate. I use my hands a lot. We are loud. Like, it's just who we are. And it's never to offend anyone, because this is how I talk to my friends. And like, you know, I mean, Joel and Susanna know it. Like, it's who I am. And there's never any malintent in it. So, but yeah, I mean, like, my gut reaction that one day was like, whoa, you're coming at me sideways. Like, but it wasn't like, it wasn't mean. It was like, I was feeling attacked, and I had, you know, it was a weird thing. So that was that, because someone brought that up. If not, wouldn't have brought it up. I think we've seen you, I haven't seen you attack anyone, Pat Tanisha, in the last, I don't know, couple months or month and a half. And I think it's fantastic that we're giving everyone the chance to speak, because people, and I know other people are getting the calls, they're asking us to admonish you or censure you or sanction you for the things that you said to residents, and all of that stuff. But at this point, I don't think that's where we should go. I think that we are learning. It is a new role. Like, I'm not sure if the mayor said it or the vice mayor said it, but I think that this is a learning for all of us, including myself. But I don't think that's where we need to go at this point. But I just think we need to be respectful of our residents, and they're going to say what they're going to say. And yes, some of them are here a lot and they speak up a lot. But let me tell you, those residents that are here a lot and speak up a lot, they're fighting for a lot of you when you're not here. And they're fighting on a lot of issues, the drive-throughs, the gas stations that we see a lot online, but we don't see a lot of people in here. But they're here fighting for you on those gas stations and those things. So I appreciate them, because they show up and they speak, and I appreciate their research. They send us research. They send us feedback. And I don't agree with them all the time. I mean, we don't agree with each other all the time. I'm very friendly with Joel and Susanna. We've known each other for a while, and we don't agree with each other all the time, but we're fine. Like, I mean, if you've been watching meetings, you know. So, and I love our friendships now, and I appreciate them, and it's fantastic. And sometimes it just takes some time to get there.
Well, I know the agenda item wasn't specifically about me. It was about going over our policies and procedures. And to those, I want to say that every single time since I've gotten up here, every time it's time for public comment, I have a notebook. I write down everything everyone says during public comment. Because I do believe in the democratic process, as our mayor talked about. I do believe in freedom of speech, because a person who looks like me at one point in time in our history didn't have the right to speak, didn't have the right to come into doors like this, or didn't have the right to sit in certain rows, or had to stand or be outside and listen. I take it very seriously. I also take me being elected seriously. And I take the fact that when we're brought in a forum, when we're told to be as transparent as possible, for example, during governance meetings, when we're brought here and we're told to be transparent and to speak exactly how we feel. And what some people don't know is before our governance meetings, we are interviewed on Zoom, which I actually spoke up, and I think our vice mayor said, I'm all about being transparent. If you want to share my Zoom, I'd love for you to see it. I'm happy that if it was put online, because I'm extremely transparent, but during governance, we're asked specific questions about how we feel about specific things. During that governance meeting, I was asked a question, and I was completely transparent. And my remarks were not to attack anybody. My remarks were pre-written. I knew the questions. They told some of the questions that they were going to ask. And one of the questions specifically asked what I would continue to do, what I will stop doing. And I answered every single one truthfully. And it was not done with malintention or with an intent to attack anyone, but to tell what I would truly do. Despite being attacked, I said I would continue to serve the great citizens and the residents of this city, and I will still continue to sit here no matter what. I don't care what anyone comes to the podium. You can attack my politics. You can tell me that even though my shoes are super cute tonight, you can tell me they're ugly. You can talk about my hairstyle. You can talk about whatever. It doesn't matter because you do have the floor to do that. You are given that right. I sat in Sacramento and I was in tears to watch the people who came up and talked about bringing their kids out of school to talk about dyslexia. I was in tears because I believe in that process. I thought it was the most beautiful thing I had witnessed, and to be a part of it and to hold the hand of a woman who didn't even speak the same language as me, to pull up Google Translate, tell her, wonderful job in speaking up for yourself. So I absolutely don't debate people having the freedom to speak. I also want to say is just as hot as it is to be down there, to sit in this seat, and I've sat on the bench as a real judge, and I've sat in several trials. I've been an attorney for 13 years. From the top of California to the lower end of California, I've seen some of the most atrocious things because I've covered every practice area. And I can tell you, even being an orator and a public speaker and doing all those things, it is nerve-wracking sometimes to sit here in the seat. And when we ask specific questions, and I don't want to direct anything, but I'm happy that you've opened the floor to discuss. I was asking questions because I needed understanding. It was not to attack you. I don't want to attack anybody who sits anywhere here. It is because I'm trying to get understanding and learning. And when I responded, I didn't say you shouldn't say that. I said those were something that I would not say. So that was specific to me, that I wouldn't respond to you that way because I wouldn't say that to you. So for me, it was an opportunity to ask questions to get understanding because I thought you had a phenomenal idea. And I needed more understanding about how do we carry that out, because my brain goes, even though I'm not our city attorney, my brain goes into legal. What's the legal ramifications? How can that affect us as a city? How much is that gonna cost? Like, all those things come to mind. And I had a crap ton of questions, and I wanted to just get as many answers as I could from you. So with that being said, I echo the sentiment of what the mayor said. I think that was well stated. I appreciate what you said, and I appreciate that we had this opportunity. And I know our youth want to get home, so I won't talk any longer. But thank you all for sitting here and listening to this. This is the real weight of the world. You guys have seen it over the last few years where people speak up and speak their minds. And sitting in this seat, you listen to it. You know, do what you need to. All right, thank you.
The only thing I want to say is, can we walk away from tonight agreeing that talking back to residents is something that we are not going to do? And I just would feel better feeling like we can all agree with that. Like, outside of here, do what you want to do, but when we're in this chamber, it's our policies say we're not. So I just hope that that's something we're not going to do. Because I think that was like the biggest issue.
So here's what our policies state, that first of all, during public comments, there are, well, let me say this, because I said it in our training. I'm going to say it again. Since the time I've been on council, there have only been 3 incidents where I intervened between what someone was speaking in public comment and what was going on. One of them was a time many years ago when this was a brand new council chambers. It was standing room only. A very, very controversial, well, let me rephrase that, a very, very passionate topic was here regarding a Walmart supercenter coming to town. And it was something that was very poorly received by almost all of our community. And an individual stood up and began to use some profane language. He was not the speaker at the time. He was speaking over someone in public comment. There were young children here involved, and the language was completely inappropriate. And I told him to stop speaking, stop using that language. There are children, young children present. And if he had something to say, he can fill out a speaker card or he can come speak in public comment. He then apologized to the people that were here for his profane language. And he left and later found out he wasn't even a resident of the city of Brentwood. So the second time was when an individual came and he was doing two things that aren't according to our rules of procedure. Number one, he was directly addressing one of our employees. Our employees did not run for an elected position. They are paid employees. And so when you come to speak to council, you are here to speak to council, not at our employees. You can say whatever you want to us. They didn't sign up to be lambasted or attacked or anything else. This is their job. They're doing an outstanding job. He attacked one of our employees in a racist rant. And I stood up and I told him, I was not mayor at the time, I was a council person. I said, you are not going to speak in and attack any of our employees with racism, and you're not going to talk to him like that. You're finished speaking. You need to leave. And he did. There was one other incident where a person was attacking another one of our employees, and I told him, you cannot do that. You need to address city council. Those are, in the entire time I've been on council, those are the only 3 incidents that we have curtailed someone's time to say whatever they want in public comment. And I will tell you right now, under no circumstances, and just so you'll know, I come from a home of 2 different minorities. I have watched racism. I grew up in the Midwest and in the South. I have seen the devastation of it. My own father has rope burns around his neck because of incidents that happened. He's not a white man. This is very personal to me. Liberty is very personal to me. And I want you to understand something. I will never allow any of our residents, any of our employees, or any of our council members in one of these council sessions to ever be attacked racially, ever. You will be shut down. You will be told to leave, and I'm not going to ask it. You will be told to leave. There is no place in this city or our country or the world for the despicable mindset of racism. Not going to happen. And so I want you to understand that is going to be enforced here. And it will be enforced here every time. Fortunately, I don't believe that we have people that come here with that mindset in mind, in that intent. And so, because we're sitting here, and because we understand what our commitment to our community is, by sitting here, we are committing that we are going to abide by what our city attorney outlined in our responses and our behavior in an effort to be the very best council members that we can be and the very best city that we can be. Because it isn't just a byline. I have been in lots of cities, lots of communities all over the world, and in California and in the East Bay, and it is better in Brentwood. And it's better in Brentwood because of you and because of you. And so that is the commitment. That's why we brought it. And we are going to be a professional group of people because we are professionals. And we are going to treat our community with great respect. And we're going to treat our decision-making process with great respect because we owe you that every time. Okay, so having said that, and since this doesn't require a vote, we will, and to get our students home as soon as we can, although I was told they ratted you out. You don't have class until 10:30 tomorrow. So it's not an early. It's not an early. I know you, okay, homework, that's right, that's true. Okay, item D4. This next item pertains to the reorganization of the Public Works. Yes, I'm
Can
sorry.
we have a quick break?
Yes, we
Thank
can. We
you,
can
sorry.
take a 5-minute recess for anyone that needs to. And if you need to leave home for homework, you're welcome to do so. If we could all begin to make our way back to our places.
Damien is saying, all right, it's time to start again. Tim says, all right, it's time to start again.
But Joel said it too. There's nobody listening.
Oh, no one's listening to you.
There's still too much options.
How many more items do we have? Let's see.
So at this time, we will reconvene from the recess, and we'll go into item D4. It pertains to the reorganization of the Public Works Department, and I'll turn to staff.
Mayor and council, we will test you now since you said you agree mostly 95% of the time on items. This could be one of those. We have a brief discussion on the Public Works Department. As you know, we have an opportunity in front of us with the recent departure of Mickey Sabota, our Public Works Director, to another agency, and the retirement of Jack, who was the Assistant Director over Engineering in Public Works. And with these two vacancies, we've re-looked at some of the operations, and in consultation with a lot of the Public Works staff, upper management, included this course of action. So we're recommending that we create two departments from the one Public Works Department, which is our largest department, with about 115 employees. And the benefits of this potential restructuring are that we would reduce some minor inefficiencies, ensure some clearer strategic focus of the two different departments, engineering and Public Works, with its 5 different divisions, better oversight and accountability geographically, since they are in 2 separate locations already, and would continue to have collaboration between the 2 departments. What we have before you tonight is asking for your support on the splitting of the departments. We've revised the classifications and titles and have you set the salary ranges that are outlined in the staff report. And with your approval tonight, we'll initiate those recruitments immediately, and the departments should be in place by July 1st. There's a small fiscal impact noted in the staff report. We reflect about an $18,000 increase, but a little more detail on that. We budget at the top step of a 5-step salary range, and that is not probable in this first year or even 2. And so really there is no cost probably for the first 2 years. And this, even at $18,000 that might hit in about 2 years, is split between the general fund and the other utilities, maybe about 50-50. So there's a minor cost increase with this proposed restructuring and reorganization of the Public Works Department. And I do want to make one note. In the staff report, we have the proposed org charts, and there's one little correction on a reporting in the Fleets and Facilities Maintenance Department. We showed them all reporting directly to each other. Instead, it's supposed to be reporting to the fleet manager, so just a minor little tweak there. You're not asked to approve that, however, just for illustrative purposes. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, do we have any questions, clarifying questions of staff at this time?
I have a question that I just thought about. Sorry, I didn't think about it earlier. These are salary savings only, right? Or is it fully baked salary, benefits, pension obligation?
It's all of it, correct.
It's all of it? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further clarifying questions of staff, open public comments at this time. Margaret?
If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I received no public comments on this item prior to the meeting. I have no speaker cards and no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. We will close public comment at this time. Move into council discussion, or if there's no discussion, do I have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to approve a resolution to recognize the Public Work Department, approve settling salary ranges, and authorize the city manager to implement the reorganization.
We have a first.
I'll second.
And a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Moving on to item D5. The next item is an ordinance to amend the Brentwood Municipal Code as it relates to regular meeting dates of the city council. Staff.
Okay, Mayor and Council, in your municipal code as it stands today in section 2.04.020, the council meets on the second and fourth Tuesday of every calendar month, except in November and December when meetings are on the second and third Tuesday to accommodate the holidays and staff vacations, et cetera. One of the consequences of that action is that we have to cancel planning commission meetings and either reschedule them or delay some items that move forward. Minor inconvenience there. But we also have the inconvenience of back-to-back staff publication of the agendas. That does create some strain, and oftentimes business isn't able to be produced quickly enough for the turnaround that's on the back-to-back weeks. And so sometimes that creates some delays in some of the business. So what we've proposed is some changes to the ordinance that would reflect in November and December, we would cancel the second meetings that would occur on the third Tuesdays of the month. And if there's a need for a special meeting, if it can't be accommodated at a regular meeting, then those can be scheduled as needed. So it would reduce the 2 meetings in November, December. The other item that's proposed herein, again, not a big deal, but open for discussion, is that historically we've had a summer recess. Typically it occurred in either July or August, and it's sometimes moved around a little bit depending on the mayor at the time. We're proposing here, based on timing of certain workload, depending on the closure of the fiscal year ending June 30th, that before we start on the new fiscal year with the new budgets and new capital improvement program projects, that we cancel that first meeting in July. And this would result in, again, if there's a need for a special meeting, so be it. If not, we would plan accordingly to have staff, council, the public who may be taking vacations can kind of plan around that summer recess. And this is typical with a lot of cities and has been done here historically. We've had a busy calendar the last few years, so haven't needed to do it, but we're proposing this going forward. And if I can share my screen, I'll show you what this would look like. There's one other change one other point I'll point out here. When it shares, there it is. So what I've populated here is 2023 and 2024, and then I'll also show you the next 2 years after that. The green demarcations show regular scheduled meetings, or as you can see in early 2023, there were a couple extra meetings that are reflected here. Where you see the red banner, that's where there's a change in that month. So as you see July 11th, if you approve the ordinance before you tonight, that July 11th meeting, regular meeting would not be held. And then same for November and December, the 21st and the 19th of December. So staff will have to plan accordingly around these timing of meetings to make sure that we get business done accordingly. You notice in 2024, it's kind of similar representation here. Flipping over to 2025 is the first time this will come up in the next few years. If you look at November, where your current ordinance, without any changes tonight, says that if there is a holiday that falls on one of your regular meetings, then the meeting would move to the next business day. So in this case, with Veterans Day on November 11th in 2025, the regular meeting would, by default of your ordinance, move to November 12th. And again, with similar changes to July, November, and December, and 2026 doesn't have anything unique. So just wanted to show those for your visualization to see what the impacts could be and where staff have to plan around this accordingly moving forward. This would also give notice to the public about when they should expect regular meetings. And we'll add some benefits. Let me go back to my staff report here. Turn it off. We wouldn't have to cancel those 2 planning commissions in November, December as well, so that'll be one potential benefit. And Couldn't guarantee that all staff would take vacations during that first week or two of July, but that could be planned for going forward if this were granted. And shouldn't have any of the additional cost impacts or fiscal impacts with these proposed changes. So with that, be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any council clarifying questions of staff regarding this?
Is there any negative feedback from staff to keeping it how it is now?
The only comment I think I heard was that if there was a special need for a regular meeting towards the end of the year, if perhaps something surprisingly pops up or staff didn't prepare accordingly or there's some other unanticipated delay, let's say there's a key action item that can only occur by state law on a regular meeting, that could be complicated. Hopefully we can prepare in advance and avoid those kind of consequences. There was the discussion amongst the executive team that July won't work for everybody's vacations. Certainly the public will be taking vacations whenever they want and may miss a meeting. So it's not a perfect response. There's probably no perfect date anywhere in the summer to say that summer recess will work best. But there weren't really other identified consequences of these proposed changes.
I see that in coming years, we'll be having in the changed months, council meetings on my birthday, and I didn't see you outline the party that you'll be throwing that day in the count report. So I'm looking forward to that.
It's a future agenda item.
If there are no further clarifying questions of staff, at this time we'll open public comment.
If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. No public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I have no speaker cards, and there are no hands raised.
Okay, at this time we will close public comment, move council discussion.
I'd like to see council notified when one or more members are going to be missing a meeting and staff has been notified. And I mention it because there was a time, I think it was last summer, when 3 of us showed up on the Zoom and 2 of us were missing. And I think if there is advance notice given, staff should also notify full council, because what if someone was sick last minute? That would have changed the ability to have a quorum. So I think that should be incorporated into this, if that can be. Damien?
That's more of a policy decision. That's a policy decision, just staff, just an action item for staff to do, and not something for tonight's agenda, because this is really focusing on your regular meeting dates, not notifying council members of who's going to be at meetings. But it's certainly something you raised to staff, and they're aware of it. And I would think it's something that could easily be done if staff knows about it. There will always be times where we don't learn about it till the very last minute.
Yeah,
But,
of course, yeah. Thank you.
So what would be helpful is, again, just advance notice as much as possible to me or the mayor, and then we can make sure we can inform the rest of the council accordingly. If there's an occasion where we have a lot of advance notice, we might keep a heavier or contentious item off an agenda if we know we don't have more council members in attendance. So that's something that we would love to have advance notice of if possible, and we could plan accordingly.
I would also like to say I have no problem whatsoever with having a meeting on election night. Most of them aren't decided that night anyway, so I don't think that's a priority. And I think as far as the regular meeting, if it falls on a holiday, then the next business day being the automatic. I don't know that that's always a reasonable assumption that that's going to be an easy day for everyone. I think it should be discussed with some notice if that's something we can do.
Yeah, it's shown just in the next 4 years, that's only going to come up once in 2025, was it? And then I looked ahead several other years, and it doesn't come up again for 7 or 8 more years. Same with the election. I didn't see one that's going to be a conflict in the next 6, 7, 8 years. So really won't be germane. We incorporate it here. We don't have to keep it, obviously, if you'd rather not. But it's not going to come up very frequently.
Okay, thanks.
I will say that,
No, I just said, I'm actually uncomfortable canceling the meetings. I would rather, because, I mean, we all know, like, if we cancel a meeting, we're gonna have a meeting with a lot more. It's just the way we roll. And I would rather keep them on the books as is, and then we can plan and front load, and then if we know that we can cancel something, then cancel it, because we don't need it. But I would rather keep it there just so that everyone holds it and doesn't make plans, because the way we're going, our meetings go late. And we all said we didn't want late meetings. And if we're only having one in November, December, we're going to be inundated is what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that could possibly happen. One of the challenges, though, is trying to publish an agenda back-to-back weeks tends to not have all that many business items anyway, just by the nature of, we start 2 weeks in advance, like just Monday of this week, we already had to have all the staff reports due in our system for the April 25th meeting. So it just tells you how much of a lag time there is to even get staff reports done. Based on the ordinance now, if we want to cancel a meeting, we have to have already known that 2 weeks, 3 weeks before to get it, no, 4 weeks before, in order to get it on agenda to be occurring before that meeting would have occurred. So it's a lot of planning and then anticipation. I would expect that probably only the November, December ones might be the ones that you might have to cancel for either a lack of business or limited business if that back-to-back still occurs.
So if it's 4 weeks, then we could keep it on the books because you whiteboard everything anyway before it happens. And at the 4 weeks, you can say, okay, we can do it without that meeting and not be here till, Emeryville just had a 4 a.m. meeting, right? Till 4 a.m. So maybe we could do something like that, but I would feel better keeping it and then seeing what we have on the docket. And then 4 weeks out, I think is great. Like if, hey, we don't have that much stuff, let's cancel it. And instead of just saying we're not going to have it, because I don't mind staying till 1, 2 in the morning. It's what we do, but I know our residents, that's their biggest feedback is that we go way too long.
So question about substitutions, because I haven't seen that staff sitting in for other staff if someone's on vacation or sick or whatever has been an issue. Can you talk about what that would look like? I mean, if somebody they had to cancel their vacation or just not be able to come to a council meeting, the substitution situation.
So you're saying you see a substitute at a council meeting?
Well, I mean, staff is always consistently has
Usually
substitutes.
Have somebody in their seat, yeah.
Yeah, so
What happens-
typically I don't see a problem with that is what I'm saying.
What happens behind the scenes is if the staff who's been assigned to start writing that staff report, and a lot of times it's none of the directors you see here, if they're on vacation, and we occasionally have it where then they're waiting on the approval of their director, that could delay an item anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. So it does come up behind the scenes. You may not even be aware of it. You say, well, why are things taking so long to get on the agenda? Well, here's some of the behind the scenes stuff that we're trying to manage with the different vacations that happen at different times. Again, I'm not naive to think that everyone's going to take their vacation on that second week of July, but it's more likely to happen. I've worked in cities where we had summer recesses and people tended to plan accordingly with that recess. So I've seen the benefits of it at other cities.
And is there any kind of ordinance around, maybe not ordinance, maybe a Brown Act violation around canceling too many or not having enough meetings in a certain year? I mean, what is that? Is there any regulation around that?
For what you're doing tonight, there's no prohibition to cancel the meetings in November and December and one meeting in July. I think if you met once a year or something like that, that would be a problem. But the council has regular meetings and they're within, certainly within 30 days of each other. And that's not a problem. I don't believe there's anything that says that, but based on this recommendation, I don't see any legal issues associated with doing that I would be concerned about. This is typical for cities. In the past, we have canceled meetings, be it in the code or just done by resolution of the council.
So to avoid the extra long meetings that Councilmember Mendoza is talking about, are you proposing that we would instead have special meetings as needed to make sure that doesn't happen? Because, yeah, I'm doing the same
I don't know that will necessitate having longer meetings if we cancel a few meetings. It could happen, but I don't know that it necessarily means that. We've had a lot of busy items the last couple of years, but at some point it's going to start to pace itself back out. So I don't know that that's going to be 4 a.m. or 2 a.m. or whatever, but we'll try to balance these meetings out and hopefully not delay too many other items that could have occurred if you'd had 2 meetings in November or December or July.
I was going to ask, and I think it was just asked, so I don't have a problem with the canceling of the 3 meetings, especially for bandwidth for staff and for ourselves as council members. I do have an issue with, and I'm happy to find out it's not going to fall on election night. I specifically had someone, I wasn't a council person, they called me complaining that their employer, even though they were told they were going to be allowed off to go vote, they didn't have the opportunity to, and it was getting late in the day from work, and they had to make a decision on whether or not they would be coming in person or on what they were going to, if they were going to be on Zoom, or what they needed to do to be on to get where they needed to go for their council meeting. That being said, I just want to make sure we will still, in the months where it's canceled, if there is something pressing or hot, we do still have the right to have a special meeting if we need to.
That's correct. If something cannot wait, hopefully everyone hasn't already planned all their vacations and would miss that if we tried to schedule a special meeting then, but we would try to work around that as best as possible.
Thank you.
I know that this is what many of the other cities do. We have a couple of cities in Contra Costa County that entirely shut down the dates of August and until September. Some entirely shut down in July. But seeing that it isn't infrequent even now that we only have one meeting in July and that we have one meeting in November and December. I don't have an issue with this, especially if it brings the added benefit of some of our behind-the-scenes planning and our employees to be able to, if they want to take advantage of it, to have a more cohesive opportunity to plan further in advance. All of us have families, and getting everyone's schedules together, if you have a certain time that you can kind of plan for your families to get together, I'm certainly in support of a decision that would support that. Well, okay. So if there's no further discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Well, I was going to call for one, so we have a motion on the floor being presented.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to amend the municipal code as it relates to regular meeting dates of the city council.
We have a first.
I'll second.
We have a second. Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending Chapter 2.04, Council Time and Place of Meeting of the Brentwood Municipal Code in its entirety to amend Sections 2.04.010, Meeting Place Designated, Procedure for Temporary Meeting Place, and 2.04.020, Regular Meeting Date and Time Designated, to, among other things, change the City Council regular meeting days in July, November, and December to provide for meetings that fall on election days and meetings that require cancellation due to lack of a quorum.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, it is recorded, 4 ayes, 1 opposed. Okay, moving on to item D6. This item is regarding the 2023 City Council Committees list and committee descriptions. Staff?
Mayor and Council, on March 17th, Vice Mayor Meyer and Councilmember Mendoza requested in writing a request to permanently move the Land Use and Development Committee meetings to a different start time due to their schedule conflicts. And so based on my authority to put this on without needing additional council direction, we've placed an identical staff report that you saw basically in January 10th of this year when you approved committee assignments and also had an opportunity to look at the scheduling of these various ad hoc committees. Standing committees, I should say. And also on March 14th, we returned to relook at another assignment that had a conflict. So what's before you tonight is the ability to look at assignments again, to look at the committee times, to look at the dates, to look at the months, to look at the scope of the committees. It's as broad as it can possibly be to get any direction from the council tonight to accommodate your needs. And in particular, the 2 standing committees are the Agricultural Enterprise Committee and the Land Use and Development Committee. If there is a potential fiscal impact, depending on what you do with those schedules, if we have all-night meetings or you change the schedule from quarterly to monthly, and they're all in the evening, that could trigger some staff capacity, could trigger some overtime issues. we'd obviously try to accommodate your schedule as best as possible. And so just wanted to get that out there as well. And then in the attachment, you see the appointment list from 2023 and where the current assignments lay with the committees and also the regional body and local appointments.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item? Councilmember Pearson.
I have a question. Is it that we just move the date or time, or can we do like what we did on the 14th to see if someone else can sit in that time if it's available?
In anticipation that if there wasn't support for changing a certain date or schedule, we wrote it broadly enough that you can do anything you want with any of the committee assignments or the dates, the times, the scope of each committee, et cetera. So it's all as much as you'd like to do tonight.
If there are no more clarifying questions of staff, we'll open public comments at this time.
If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired, and no comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I have no speaker cards, and there's no hand raise.
Okay, we will close public comments, move into council discussion.
Yes, we brought this forward because the three of us, so Commissioner Roberts and Vice Mayor Meyer and I would like to move it to the Wednesday at 5:30, just to accommodate schedules and allow the public to attend.
Move it.
The land use, sorry, that was the only reason this came forward. We want to move it to 5:30. We've heard from the public also that they would like to attend, and during the day, it's difficult for them to attend.
So with the land use being proposed to move, is there any other conflict or any other movement or changing or anything else?
I just have a kind of maybe a question or a discussion. Is there, I mean, I understand that people have other things that are going on. I took over the John Marsh committee meetings just recently, and the ability to, I don't know, switch on January 10th when we initially brought up all the committees, the mayor had mentioned that LUD may be a good place to have one of us new council members on so that we could get educated onto how it's operated, how it runs. In 2 years, the three of you may not be sitting here to educate us and to move us forward, the council forward. And this may be just an ideal opportunity to put maybe one of the newer council members. I know Patanisha only has a couple committees she sits on. I don't know what your schedule's like. But would that also be an option as opposed to moving the meeting and changing the way we're doing it currently?
No, it's not the option we were looking at. The three of us, we're all working women, which usually council people, so we just wanted the opportunity to do it Wednesday at 5:30.
To answer your question, if we were to not move it and if we were to keep it at the times, I am available to answer your question for both times on those Mondays. I would like to know what the impact of us moving it is. I don't know if you informed us of that, the impact of us moving it, or also for the people who are on LUD and AG, what they think the impact of a person who's changing into that seat would be as well.
Okay, I'm going to be honest, if this is going to be a big deal, let's just keep it because the three of us really want to do it. We were just asking for a favor, and it sounds like the favors are too much to ask, so we can just keep it.
Yeah, I'd rather repeal than lose it.
No, it's okay. I'm not, it's all right. We can do, what do you
gave
want?
you the opportunity. Can I have it, please?
Yes.
Nobody is trying to push anything or change anything. I'm just saying, when we originally put this in, there was a lot of discussion about the newer council and the two new people on council, one of them possibly moving on to this committee specifically. Our job is to represent the citizens of Brentwood the best way we know how. I don't think the mayor would have asked us back on January 10th if it was going to be a problem for one of the newer council members if he thought we didn't need that education to move forward. I hear from the public every council meeting that I need to be educated as to how the city runs. And now I'm asking for that opportunity, or at least one of us to be given that opportunity to sit on that committee and learn what we're supposed to learn so that we can help run the city. And I think that's what we hear every single day when we sit here and people tell me, the new council member, or you didn't attend meetings for the last 10 years, or whatever else is going on. I'm looking to get the education. I'm looking to make sure that we can, as a city council, represent our citizens the best we can.
I would be willing to give up another committee, but I'm not willing to give up lead.
And I can say I waited 2 years to get on to lead. And it's also something that you can request to watch after the fact. It's recorded, so it's something
live.
that you
They
can,
can watch it
or they
live,
can watch
yeah.
it live, yeah.
I proposed a question to our city manager, if I can possibly get a response to that.
The question was impact. So I'm aware of one impact, and that is that if we're talking about the third Wednesday at 5:30, that's when the Arts Commission currently meets, so that wouldn't work. You could switch it to a different week if you're looking at a 5:30. Other impacts would be just staff availability to run the meetings and make sure there's not another streaming meeting occurring at the same time, so some of those things we just have to work through.
Does this request includes the agricultural committee meeting as well, or just the LUD meeting?
In an effort to be efficient, we just produced it all at the same time, so we wouldn't have to come back if there was desires to relook at other committees or other schedules. We just put it all in the staff report all at the same time. So everything is open, Ag Committee as well as the LUD.
So Vice Mayor, since you're the schedule that would affect on agriculture, are you still potentially available for the standing agriculture?
I did not bring it up. This time the meeting was a different date, so it didn't work based on either one of our schedules, I think, as well. But I didn't bring it up because it's a quarterly meeting, and it was that one I was able to make.
Okay, so this decision tonight was strictly based upon the LUD.
And how many lead meetings did we have last year? Like 5?
We can check. Give us just 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, I missed the whole question. What was it?
How many meetings we have? We don't have that many, so that's why
Okay.
like changing it is not, didn't
Okay.
seem like, and we've changed it before, ad hoc.
So in 2022, we had 4 lead meetings.
So is 4, and I think that's probably the regular, from the year before that was probably similar. Is that impact that negative to staff, 4 meetings?
No, so, and what you're talking about changing, so if there's a regular meeting that's canceled, we have the ability to schedule a special meeting, and that's much more discretionary. What the problem was with the ordinance or the rules the way it was written, we just couldn't change a regular meeting without coming back to you.
So I would like to make a motion to change it to a Wednesday that fits staff, Wednesday or Thursday. I mean, how are you on Thursdays? Yeah, Wednesday.
Wednesday's easier, but
Yeah, Wednesday night or a Thursday night at 5:30, whatever week of the month works for you all. So that's the motion I'd like to make, if it works.
I'd like a second.
Okay, so we have
So it may need to be more specific because we'll be revising the descriptions tonight, right, as agendized. We could check real quick on our calendars, see if there's any other commissions or committee meetings that have regular standing meetings that might conflict with either a Wednesday or Thursday or second or fourth week or whatever. And I think you have a board meeting fourth Thursdays of every month, so give us just maybe 30 seconds to check it out.
Or you're here Monday anyway for ag, right? Like every once in a while, should we just do you want 2 back-to-backs?
It doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me, I just didn't want to burden you.
It's just going to be like an afternoon of it, but what about Commissioner Roberts?
She's probably fine. I would think she would be okay.
Immediately following.
Yeah, it's just after work.
Second Thursday. Does the second Thursday work? It looks like we're conflict-free from other committees or commissions that would have regular standing meetings then. And when's mayor's conference? That's on Thursdays, right? First Thursday?
First Thursday.
First Thursday, okay. Okay, the smarter people than me are suggesting now a first or third Monday would be free of conflicts. This would be for LUD. Ag.
March. Apologize. Ag is quarterly at 2 p.m. on the first Monday of the month, so March.
That works.
And that would be the night before planning commission meeting for Chair Roberts, but if she's okay with back-to-back.
Yeah, I think, she's all excited about being the chair on there, and she's excited about LUD. No, I think it'll be fine.
So is there preference first or third to see if there's council direction then?
It's whichever one whatever, I think, do you want it on ag? Because that way you just finish them with one pop?
It's honestly, either one is fine with me. If there's a concern about Commissioner Roberts, then we could go the third to keep them separate so that we can move it a little bit like away from the planning commission meeting.
Yeah.
From a publication standpoint, from a staff availability, that would probably even work better.
So third
Broke that up.
Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
So third Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Perfect.
So the motion is to move the LUD meeting to the third Monday at 5:30, 5 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The mayor just said 5:30 or 5 o'clock, and I was wondering which one it was going to be.
Well, I'm asking.
5:30.
Actually, 5:30. Okay.
And I will second that.
So we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so it is a 3-4 and 2 against. The item moves. We will move into item E1, and it is new future agenda item request. I actually do have one this time. I would like to have a future agenda item regarding the speaker's times. What other cities are doing with the time, whether it be 3 minutes, 5 minutes. I know that the questions that I've asked, most have gone to 3, some have gone to 2. I understand we can do whatever it is that we decide to do, but I would like just to look into it. I understand that it's something that's under the purview of council, of the mayor, but I do want to be fair, but I also would, just out of curiosity, I would like to see what is common practice at this time.
And are you saying the entire county or just East County, outside the county? What wants to look?
I think the entire county would be pretty easy to those are all the mayors that we work with, all the cities that we work with on the mayor's conference. Are there any other new future agenda item requests regarding this? Okay, seeing none, we'll move into item F1, which is regarding closed session. And at this time, I'm going to ask our mayor to call for an adjournment to closed session. Ask for a motion.
Can we have a motion? Oh, a motion to adjourn to closed session.
What do I say? I'd like to make a motion to adjourn session.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All who oppose?
And can I also get,
It's unanimous.
Well done.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Can I also get a vote from the city council and a second from the city council? The first and second?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I know, and he's with us on his birthday.
Congratulations. How old are you?
18. At this time, we will reconvene from closed session. There is nothing to report out. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved?
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you.